Both trainers managed to avoid being paralyzed by ducking behind some curtains. When clouds of gas and powder began to settle down, Ranma peeked out from his hiding place with Raiden and groaned as he heard some sickening intro music. Oh no! Not again! They're like bad yen coins. They keep turning up. This time, however, 3 members of Team Rocket stepped out from the shadows. They were all male and bore a striking resemblance to a certain trio. One had a bull haircut and was a little short. The second had a very short buzz cut and was rather portly. The third had curly sideburns. Each wore a black Team Rocket uniform with a big letter R on their chests. "Get ready for trouble," the first guy said. "'Cause we're gonna burst your bubble," the second added. "And reduce your hopes to rubble," the third exclaimed. "To introduce the world to a new sensation. To bring all people under our regulation. And add to our might by conquering the nation. To destroy all hope for peace and love. To dash the light from the stars above. And we'll do it with an iron glove. Lori. Curly. Team Rocket. Blasting everyone at the speed of light. Surrender now or get out of our sight. And those who don't, prepare to fight. And when a beetle appeared before them as they took a pose, "OH, will you just shut up?" All 3 looked to one side and saw Ranma appearing before them from behind the curtain. Ranma was fuming mad now. He had been on the verge of defeating Prima and then these jokers had to appear and spoil everything. Raiden was also not happy to see another Team Rocket. Prima looked from the sidelines and saw Ranma facing off against 3 members of Team Rocket. She didn't recognize these people but knew about Team Rocket from her encounter with Ash and his friends. She could see that Ranma was outnumbered and Prima couldn't be of much help as her Pokémon were all too tired and injured from battling Ranmas. The rest of the audience were paralyzed and could do nothing but watch. "Huh? Who are you?" asked. "The name's Ranma Sodom," Ranma growled. He then gestured to his Pikachu to move back. He wanted to take these guys out himself. "Pika?" Raiden looked up at his master. Seeing that look in his eyes told the electric mouse that his master was set on teaching these dopes a lesson, personally. After a moment, Raiden nodded and backed away. "Ha! You think you can defeat our Pokémon without using yours?" scoffed as he and his comrades took out 3 more Pokeballs. "I don't think I can. I know I can. Besides, pounding you 3 would be just the therapy I need to work off the stress." "Ranma Sodom?" Lori said, then cocked his head in thought. "Hey, he's that guy that the boss is offering a big bonus for. Man, it's our lucky day. Not only do we get a chance to swipe those evolution stones and all the Pokémon from those trainers, but we get this guy too," Curly said excitedly. "Don't start spending that money before you earned it," Ranma said as he went into a stance. "Anyway, whatever your boss is offering won't be nearly enough to cover your stay at the hospital. We'll see about that. B-E-D-R-I-L-L. Twin Evil." Before the bug Pokémon could fly forward, Ranma pulled back his hands and began focusing his energies. As the Beedrill started its charge, his palms suddenly crackled with electricity. To the amazed eyes of the audience and especially to Primus, Ranma threw his palms out and released a sizzling bolt of electricity. Shock attack. Beedrill was stopped in its charge as the voltage hit it. In less than a second, it fluttered to the ground and began twitching. What the? Prima thought that she needed new glasses. The audience were still paralyzed to do anything but stare at the spectacle. Team Rocket was also flabbergasted. Huh? What gives? How'd he do that? Ranma smirked as he gestured with a finger. Next, wasted no time and threw out his Pokeball. Thrash attack DRIMEAP. The Pokeball opened up to reveal the evolved form of a Mankey. Primate. The monkey Pokemon charged at Ranma and the two were engulfed in a huge cloud of dust. There were several sounds of a huge scuffle taking place and smirked. Make sure he's in one piece, Primate. We need to bring him to the boss. Suddenly, an impact was heard and something went shooting out of the dust cloud and was sent hurtling upward, followed by another shape. And the others saw in disbelief as Ranma leapt up to 30 feet, grabbed Primate and held him across his shoulders. Check out my seismic toss. Ranma rotated once before sending Primate speeding back down toward the stage. Crash! Prime, Ape! Ranma landed easily on his feet and dusted off his hands. The three Team Rocket members were now trying to put their eyeballs back in their sockets. Their opponent had not a scratch on him and Primate was bruised, battered and unconscious. Gee, that can't be right. Curly stuttered. Says who? Ranma shrugged. Got any more? Or do I have to take you guys on next? He gave them an evil smile. That was all the incentive they needed as they tossed out every Pokemon they had. Go SPAROW. Go HITMONLE. Go Pinsir. Go CHARMELEON. Ranma smirked as he held up his arms as if they were wings and concentrated his ki. As the Pokemon were about to launch their attacks, he brought down his arms. Hurricane Gust. Though his wind cannon technique was more damaging, the adapted version of his Pidgeotto's Gust attack could cover more area. Dust and small items were sent airborne as a sudden blast of wind was created. All of Team Rocket's Pokemon were caught in the gale's force and were swept off the stage. They were all sent flying a nearby wall and were gone from sight. The only sign of their departure as a huge gaping hole in one vacant side of the auditorium. No way! How did he? That's impossible. On the sidelines, Prima was also thinking along the same lines. He's actually using Pokemon attacks. Incredible. Ranma then began to slowly approach his now defenseless foes while cracking his knuckles. It was obvious to all that he was going to deliver some serious pain. The three began backing away while giving Ranma very nervous smiles. He was now glowing with an angry light as his battle aura flared. Hey pal, there's no need to get mad. Yeah, it was all a joke, really. If you don't wanna go, then you don't have to end. Run! Lori, Curly and did an about-face and began running for their lives. They headed toward the new opening in the wall, hoping to get away from this trainer. No monster they faced. Ranma snorted as he watched the cowards flee. Then he decided to let one of his Pokemon give them a proper send-off. Razor, Eruption Blast. Razor appeared from his Pokeball and began focusing his energies. Then, just as Team Rocket was almost out of sight, the Sandslash jumped up, then came down with his paws slamming the ground. Slash! The ground nearby rumbled as if a seismic tremor was passing through it. The disturbance rumbled beneath the surface and followed after Team Rocket. When it caught up them, the key energy that the Sandslash had sent through the ground exploded violently beneath the villain's feet. The trio was sent airborne. Team Rocket was blasting off and was soon distant dots in the sky. At Stone Town's police station, Officer Jenny, here is the report on today's arrest warrants. The Jenny of Stone Town nodded as she took the paper from an aide. She began perusing the report at her desk and said, "HMMM. It looks like 3 more members of Team Rocket have been sighted in Stone Town. Put out an APB on them and crash." Jenny and her aide were startled when they heard the noise just outside the station. They were soon rushing to the rear of the station with the other police officers and stopped in their tracks at the sight before them. There was Lori and Curly. Their beaten and battered bodies were covered in garbage after landing in an open dumpster. Garbage bag found garbage. Jenny turned to her aide and said, "Cancel the APB." Sometime later at the auditorium, Prima smiled as she took to the podium. "Trainers and esteemed colleagues, today is most certainly a day to be remembered. It seems that even a veteran such as myself can still learn a few things from the next generation of Pokemon trainers. My opponent has shown to all of us that learning from one's own Pokemon is just as important as teaching them. One should never stop learning as a trainer, for who knows what one can learn from one's Pokemon. I would like to close this convention by telling you to never stop learning. There are far more things to discover about Pokemon and ourselves as we all strive to become Pokemon masters. Let this boy's performance serve as an example to us all." There was a thunderous round of applause as Ranma was urged to appear on stage by Prima and the other speakers. The big-tailed boy nervously took to the stage and gave the audience a wave. Raiden was on his shoulder and smiling brightly. Some time later, Ranma huffed and puffed as he hid behind a nearby booth. Raiden was slumped over his shoulder. The two had been dodging reporters and admirers all afternoon. Dozens of trainers had been following him around, begging for him to teach them his secrets. They just wouldn't leave him alone. Leaping to the heights of 30 feet to escape them only caused more excitement and made his pursuers even more determined. He had been challenged to no less than 50 Pokemon battles. Sometimes he would battle their Pokemon, and sometimes his Pokemon would fight. It wasn't long before he and his Pokemon were ready to collapse from exhaustion. Ranma had finally managed to find a moment of peace and was more than ready to leave Stone Town and head off to the next Pokemon gym. Wildfire had not been used and should be ready to run again. He was so tired as he took out Wildfire's Pokeball that he didn't notice someone approaching him. I know what it's like, being famous. Ranma looked up and saw Prima as she was ready to leave as well. He nodded toward her as he held out his hand. It was a pleasure meeting with you and it was a really great battle. Yes, well if Team Rocket had not interfered then you would have won. It's been a long time since I had a challenge as good as that one. Prima shook his hand and then gestured for him to walk with him. Hey, you were pretty good too. So are you leaving now? Yes, I'm heading back to the Orange Islands. My car is waiting for me to take me back to the ship. Before I leave, I would like to talk to you. What about? I was very amazed at your Pokemon and you. You seem to be on a much different level than most trainers and even some masters. What's your secret? Ranma thought for a moment then shrugged. There isn't any secret. Like you said, I just learn from my Pokemon as they learn from me. But how? Ranma held up a hand and replied, it's a long story and some of it you'd never believe if I told you. I just go by a philosophy of learning from Raiden and the others as I train with them. Train with them? You mean train them? No, I mean train with them. I don't believe in putting my Pokemon through any kind of training that I'm not willing to go through. I learned how to do Pokemon attacks the same way that they learned how to do new attacks. I know that doesn't make much sense but, actually, it makes a lot of sense. Prima said while nodding. If you really do train with your Pokemon, then I can understand why they are so willing to give you their best efforts. You have understood them by undergoing the same hardships they endure as they learn from you. You really have comprehended the way your Pokemon feel and think, even more so than I have with mine. I guess, I never thought of it that way. Prima gave him another smile as she reached into her purse and took out a small object. Here. What's this? Ranma looked down at the item that Prima handed to him. It was a small badge that seemed to be made of coral and was shaped like a star. In its center was a bright white gemstone. That is the Diamond Story badge. As a high-ranking member of the Orange League, I am authorized to award special badges that have the same standing as winning against a gym leader. In recognition of your extraordinary skills as a trainer and the only one in over 10 years to have defeated me, I am proud to present you with this badge. But I didn't beat you and you would have. That eruption blast attack of your sand slashes would have finished my cloister. You shouldn't be so modest. You earned that badge. I haven't given out a badge in very long time. Ranma was speechless for a long time before nodding his assent. Thank you. You're welcome, Ranma. Well, it's time for me to get going. If you ever come to the Orange Archipelago, look me up on Mandarin Island. I promise that I'll give you a much better match. I'll look forward to it, Ranma said as he shook her hand. As he waved goodbye to Prima, Ranma was unaware that the girls had suddenly spotted him and were now running toward him. Ranma. To be continued. Author's notes. Whoa! That has got to be the longest chapter to thought I have ever written. Stay tuned for Chapter 12. Asterisk Chapter 12 asterisk Chapter 12. Things get ducky. Fist of the Pikachu. Disclaimer. Help. A short-tempered, flat-chested, uncouth tomboy is chasing me with a mallet and is demanding that I write her out. Wham! Thoughts asterisk asterisk. Pokedex responses. Chapter 12. Things get ducky. Or anime. Ranma sweat dropped as he saw Jeanette Fisher and Sam Ricker run up to him. He wasn't expecting the two of them to show up just now and he was at a loss of what to do. Ranma. I finally found you. Both girls said simultaneously as they stopped in front of him. Jeanette, Sam. It's nice to see you again, So what are you? WHAP. Ow! What was that for? Ranma rubbed his cheek after being slapped by Jeanette. You PAK. Jeanette fumed. How dare you run off like that? We were supposed to be traveling together. Hey! What's the big idea? Sam retorted as she faced off against the new girl. Why'd you slap him? What business is it of yours? Ranma is supposed to be traveling with me. Jeanette stated as a matter of factly. What? Sam then turned to Ranma with a deadly look. Ranma. Who is she? Ranma could only give a weak smile as he answered, Sam. This is Jeanette Fisher from the Crimson City Pokemon Gym and Dojo. Jeanette. This is Sam Ricker, the gym leader from Viridian City. Raiden looked up at his master Sneeziness and then breathed out a mushroom pulse. Things were going to get more complicated. A short time later at Stone Town's Pokemon Center. Don't worry about your makeup. Nurse Joy replied as she spoke to Ranma and the girls. He's just exhausted and needs some rest. All those bruises will be gone eventually. He'll be alright by tomorrow morning. The rest of your Pokemon are also recovering nicely. Thanks. Ranma said as the sister-in-law of the Viridian City Joy went off to make her rounds. The anything-goes martial artist, Raiden and the girls were currently eating in the lounge. After introductions were made and stories were traded about how each girl had met Ranma, the tension between the two females had subsided a bit. So you're on your way to Saffron City? Jeanette asked. Yeah. Ranma replied as he bit into a sandwich. I'd like to try my luck against this Sabrina girl and her psychic Pokemon. Judging by the way you handled Prima's Jinx and Slowbro, I'd say that Marsh badge is in the bag. Jeanette remarked as she ate her dinner. Ranma shook his head. No, I was lucky. I don't have much experience against psychic-type Pokemon. The reason why I beat Primus was because I caught her off guard. She didn't know what my Pokemon could do. Well, your Macaw beat that Slowbro. What were those attacks it used? Ranma sighed as he said. The meditation technique is kind of like a barrier to offset the disable attack. However, it's not perfect. Bruiser could barely move to do his key attack. Key attack? Jeanette nodded. I've heard of key. What is it? Sam asked. I studied martial arts under my mother and she told me that ki is the inner energy that is given off by all living things. Some masters of the art can use it to enhance their physical moves, improve their endurance and in some cases, speed up their healing. She then regarded Ranma with a bit of awe. From what I've seen of you and your Pokemon, I'd say that you could beat all of those masters hands down. I didn't know he could be fired off like that, let alone be able to do Pokemon attacks. You're pretty sharp, Ranma grudgingly admitted. In any case, me and my Pokemon still need better ways to counter psychic attacks. With all this publicity, I have a feeling that I won't be able to catch Sabrina off guard like I did with Prima. I need a psychic-type Pokemon. Sure enough, in Saffron City's Pokemon Gym. This is new. Sabrina thought as she watched the news footage on television. The screen depicted Ranma and his incredible Pokemon, as he battled against the famous trainer from the Orange Islands as well as the trio from Team Rocket. Ponder. The psychic trainer smiled as the ghost Pokemon floated by and gave her one of his more funny faces. Its eyes bugged out and its tongue waved back and forth. Sabrina giggled a bit before returning her attention to the television. Interesting. A trainer that can actually duplicate a Pokemon's attacks. His Pokemon are extraordinary by themselves. She then looked down at a magazine that depicted Ranma's picture as he stood with Wildfire and Laurel. The headlines read, RAPIDASH sets new POKEMO and LAND speed record of 300 miles per hour. I wonder if I'll get the chance to face off against him. Back in Stone Town. Look girls, it's really nice that you want to go with me and all. But what? I don't see any problems. Sam shrugged as she moved a bit closer to Ranma. After all, I'll bet that it gets really lonely on the road by yourself and I'm sure that you'd like the company. Hey, what about me? Jeanette interjected. I'm going with him. Says who? Says me. Ranma definitely didn't like where this was going and tried to calm things down. Oh, it's not necessary, really. Besides, why would anyone want to follow me around? I mean, I'm just a beginner at this Pokemon training stuff and you two probably have way more experience than I do. I mean, Sam is a gym leader and Jeanette has probably got the required 8 badges. Both girls smiled as they saw this as an opportunity. All the more reason for me to come along. Jeanette said with a grin. I can show you all the Pokemon gyms I went to and lend you some of my experience in handling Pokemon. In exchange, you can teach me that anything goes martial arts of yours. Besides, I have to make sure that Bruiser is being taken care of. My mother did give him to you, remember? Hey, aren't you forgetting something? I'm a gym leader. I've got way more experience at Pokemon battling and stuff and besides, I'd make much better company. Sam turned back to Ranma. I can cook as well. It must be pretty boring eating out of cans and stuff. I'd be great to tag around. Ranma was a bit perplexed at how this situation was getting out of control. Although, he had to admit that having some home cooking would be a welcomed change from eating on the road and out of vending machines and fast food joints. However, he was still uneasy at the thought of having two high-spirited and very attractive girls traveling with him. Although, since he came to this world, he had begun to have a good appreciation of the opposite sex, without his father always interfering. For some reason, Ranma had always prevented him from getting too close to girls when he was growing up. The fat panda had always maintained that such things should not distract a true martial artist, but Ranma had this nagging feeling that his father had some ulterior motive for keeping him away from other girls. Ranma had especially become nervous when Ranma had formed a close friendship with that boy Yukio, though he didn't understand why. Of course, there was that other reason why he preferred to keep to himself. Although the waterstone pendant he wore kept his curse in check, there was always the chance that the girls might find out about it. He was still a magnet for water, and during his travels, he had been caught occasionally without his pendant. There was that one time when the necklace had broke and he had been splashed with cold water from a passing street sweeper. There was another time that he had leaned over the banks of a stream to wash his face, when a goldie had grabbed his pendant, thinking it was bait. The necklace was pulled off and Ranma fell face first into the icy waters. Look girls, I really think it's nice that you want to come with me. But it was then that the two girls gave him the one attack that he had no defense against. The dreaded sad pulpy dog eyes. Ranma caved in 1 minute and 20 seconds later. Sometime later, Ranma showed him, "We challenge you." Ranma looked out the window of the Pokemon Center and let out a resigned sigh. He resisted the urge to bang his head against the table as he got up and went out the door to meet his next opponent. Or rather opponents. Sam and Jeanette followed him. Raiden couldn't go with them as Nurse Joy was treating him at the moment. Like the others, he was very exhausted from the people who had constantly challenged them and was going to spend the night in the Pokemon Center. As Ranma emerged from the center, he easily recognized the 4 boys from the seminar. They were the Eevee brothers, Rainer, Pyro, Sparky and Mikey. In front of them were the 3 evolved forms of the Eevee, Jolteon, Flareon and Vaporeon. Mikey was holding on to his unevolved Eevee as he watched his brothers address Ranma. A crowd of spectators began to form around them. At last, Pyro exclaimed as he stepped forward with his Flareon. Ranma showed him. The Eevee brothers challenged the one who defeated Prima to a Pokemon match. The big-tailed martial artist sighed as he said, "Look guys, my Pokemon have been battling non-stop ever since the seminar. They're too tired right now. Can't this wait until later?" Pyro shrugged, as he said, "No problem. We were hoping to go up against you personally, to see how good you are against our Eevees. Excuse me." We'd like to know how you trained your Pokemon in those attacks and how you can use their abilities. We're challenging you against our Pokemon. If we win, can we learn your techniques? Well, I'm flattered that you want to learn, but I'm still training myself and besides, he's already got a couple of students. Jeanette interrupted as she stepped forward. That's right. Sam added as she stepped forward. She didn't want to be upstaged. The Eevee brothers took this news as a challenge. Oh yeah? Well, if you think we're just going to sit by and let you learn those attacks, then think again. What? You want to battle? Sam asked as she took out a Pokeball. You're on. Sparky declared as he motioned for his Jolteon to step forward. Ranma's sweat dropped as he saw the two sides prepare for battle. He was about to voice out his protests, then decided to let them work off the tension. Besides, he doubted that they would listen to a word he said anyway. He decided to keep out of it and head back into the center as the girls let loose with their Pokeballs. Go Sizer! Go F-E-A-R-O-W! Ranma shook his head as the sounds of battle echoed into the night and the crowds watched the two sides try to beat each other. It was just as well, since he too was exhausted from the day's events. The next morning, Ranma woke and prepared to head out of town as he gathered up his belongings. As he met up with Nurse Joy to pick up his Pokemon, he was informed that the Eevee brothers had left after a long battle with Jeanette and Sam the night before. Though they were formidable trainers in their own rights, they were a little less experienced than the Viridian gym leader and the girl from the Crimson City Gym and Dojo. To Ranma's dismay, however, he saw the two girls smiling at him as they waited for him at the entrance with their packs. As he was handed Raiden and his 4 other Pokeballs, he then noticed a strange-looking Pokemon sitting on an examination table. He took out his Pokedex. *PSYDUCK, a waterfowl Pokemon. PSYDUCK has characteristics of both water and psychic type Pokemon and it has amazing psychic attacks. However, it also suffers from a constant headache. Pretty goofy looking Pokemon. Ranma thought, as he walked up to take a closer look at it. The chubby waterfowl seemed to stare off into space with its blank expression as it continued to hold its head. Raiden gazed at it from Ranma's shoulder and then tried to speak with it. Pika. The duck neither answered nor even noticed that it was being spoken to. Choo! Raiden prodded with the same lack of results. Ranma wondered if this Pokemon was asleep with its eyes open or in some kind of trance. He waved his hand in front of it, but it didn't even seem to notice his presence. Hello? Anybody home? He snapped his fingers and then whistled. There was still no response. Lights are on but nobody's home. Ranma stood for a long while then decided to leave things alone. He shrugged as he turned around and left to the front counter to check out his Pokemon. Thanks for taking care of Raiden and the others for me. Ranma said as he finished signing his name to the release forms. No problem. Nurse Joy replied as she entered the information into her computer. I see that you tried to get acquainted with Saduk. Ranma nodded as he said, "Yeah," but he didn't seem to notice me or anything else. Well, that's to be expected. You see, a Seduct has great mental powers, but because of its constant headache, it has very little focus over the vast psychic energies it can generate. I've heard that a Seduct can only use its most powerful attacks when its headache is extremely severe. They also tend to be quite scatterbrained, no insult of course, and most trainers usually don't want to capture and train them. Well, at least this Seduct has a trainer, right? Nurse Joy shook her head sadly. Not anymore, I'm afraid. Its trainer had brought it to this center after it was injured and never picked him up. Poor Seduct was very sad when it found out that it had been abandoned. It hasn't spoken or eaten in days. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid that the shock of being tossed aside was too much for the poor thing and he may be traumatized. I've tried to get it to eat but it refuses to do anything but just sit there. That's really too bad. Ranma remarked. He knew what loneliness was like. He also knew that his Sand/Razor had probably felt the same way when that creep, Billy Barton, had abandoned him. I wish that there was something I could do. Nurse Joy looked at Ranma, then smiled. Maybe there is. I can tell from your Pokemon that you're a very good trainer and you care for them a lot. You can be Seduct's new trainer. Who? Me? Ranma wondered to himself. That's... well, I don't know. Ranma looked back at the empty look that the duck Pokemon was giving the opposite wall. It looked as if it didn't have a single brain cell in that round head. Now Ranma had learned to not judge solely on appearance, but the Seduct had all the appeal of an overcooked cabbage. Please, couldn't you take Seduct with you? I'm sure that if it got the support it needed from the right trainer, it could become a great Pokemon. It needs someone like you to bring out its best qualities. Well, I'm not sure. I don't have any experience with handling psychic or water types and... Please? Ranma took one look at Nurse Joy's sad and soulful expression and melted. Whenever a girl got sad or was about to shed tears, he just couldn't say number. Well, okay, I'll give it a try. Ranma and Nurse Joy walked back to the examination table. Knowing that Pokemon could understand human speech, he addressed the empty-headed Seduct. Hey Seduct, I hear that you don't have a trainer anymore and... Well, Nurse Joy said that if you want, I'll be your trainer. How about it? Ranma and Raiden waited for a long time for the duck to answer, but Seduct remained unresponsive. Ranma wondered if the duck was deaf and repeated his question a second time, this time in a louder voice. He still received no response. Ranma sighed as he tried to think of a way for the Pokemon to reply. He was really perplexed at Seduct's seemingly total obviousness. Was it even alive? He looked down and saw the steady breathing of its chest. No doubt that it wasn't dead in body, but seemed to be dead in the brain. It was then that Raiden decided to try something. Pika. What is it, Raiden? The Pikachu leapt down from his shoulder and onto the examination table. Extending a small paw to Seduct, he began focusing his ki. The rodent's body glowed with a soft blue aura as he touched the waterfowl's skin. Nurse Joy gasped as she saw it, but Ranma waved it off. "Don't worry, this is normal for Raiden and me." Ranma and Nurse Joy continued to watch as Saduk was bathed in a soft blue field. For a long while, nobody spoke. Then, Raiden caused his aura to dissipate and addressed Saduk once more. "Pikachu." Slowly, there was a bit of movement in the psychic Pokemon's eyes as if responding to Raiden's voice. Then, amazingly, its head turned to face the Pikachu. The large bill opened up and it spoke. "PSE. Duck." Raiden smiled and said happily, "Chew. Pika. Pika." Saduk regarded the Pikachu in front of him and then asked, "PSEI? Pikachu?" Raiden walked up to Ranma, which caused the waterfowl to gaze up at him. "PSE. Duck?" Ranma nodded slowly at the duck as it questioned him. Raiden had used his ki to get through whatever trauma Saduk was under to get it to acknowledge him. If Raiden just said what I think he did, then yes. "I'm offering to be your new trainer." "Duck?" Saduk cocked its head to one side in confusion. Ranma nodded again. "Although I have to warn you, training under me is really hard and I'm giving you the choice of whether you want to go with me or not. Do you understand what I'm saying?" It looked as if Ranma's words were going in one ear and out the other, but his Pikachu intervened. "Pikachu, Pika, Pi. Pika Pi. Pikachu." The Saduk looked at Raiden for a long moment, as if considering his words. He then gazed up at Ranma for another moment of silence before giving Ranma the barest of nods. "PSE. Duck." Ranma took a deep breath as he nodded in acknowledgement to Saduk's consent. He then placed his last Pokeball in front of the duck and let it enter the device. After it had closed up, Ranma picked up the ball and regarded it. Nurse Joy smiled as she said, "Congratulations. I don't know how you did it, but I'm sure that you'll take good care of Saduk. It looks like you now have the 6 required Pokemon." Ranma continued to stare at the Pokeball in his hand. "That may be so, but I wondered just what I'm getting into." Sometime later, Ranma and his new traveling companions Sam and Jeanette were walking through the forest outside of Stone Town as they headed toward the next city. Raiden was perched on his shoulder. Since Celadon City was closer and was on the way toward Saffron City, Ranma had decided to head there to win a rainbow badge. "Ranma, why are we walking? I mean, wouldn't we get there faster if we used our Pokemon?" Sam asked. "I mean, you and Jeanette had Rapidashes and I can use my Thero. We could probably get there by this afternoon." Ranma shrugged as he said, "I've been pushing Wildfire pretty hard lately and it's only a day's walk from here to Celadon City. I'm not in any hurry to get all 8 badges. The Pokemon League isn't due until next year anyway. Even if I have to camp out tonight, it would be good for my Pokemon and me, as part of our training. You did want to learn how we train, don't you? Or do you prefer to sleep in a hotel rather than roughing it?" Ranma gave Sam a smug look. Sam was a bit irritated at his slight teasing, as she replied, "No, not at all. I don't mind. I've camped out before. It wouldn't be too bad to sleep under the stars. No problem at all." Jeanette also nodded. "I understand. Don't forget I'm a martial artist too. I've also done a lot of camping during my first Pokemon journey. It's a good exercise in discipline and being able to do without some of the modern conveniences." Ranma looked back over the girls and had to admit that they were troopers. Although Jeanette was nowhere near his power or skill level in the fighting arts, she was physically fit and seemed very disciplined. Sam also seemed to able to weather discomfort and had a fighter's spirit. He had to admit, as girls, they weren't half bad. Ranma smiled and shook his head. Ranma had been extremely chauvinistic when he had ingrained into his lessons that women were weak and that he should not fight them. He had been constantly reminded day in and day out that women were weak. However, since the big-tailed martial artist had been away from his father for so long, he had begun to disregard some of those concepts as he associated more and more with the opposite sex. Sam was like a tomboy, but had a certain charm that Ranma found interesting. Laura Laramie was a rough and tumble girl that never gave up and showed him how to have fun. Jeanette Fisher understood the martial arts and Ranma saw that she was just as dedicated to her art as well as her responsibility to being a Pokemon trainer. Though Ranma didn't realize it as time went on, his transfer to the Pokemon world was actually allowing him to grow up, something that Ranma had denied to his son in his all-consuming obsession to make him the best martial artist and incidentally keep him dependent on his father. As a Pokemon trainer, Ranma was learning responsibility, not only for teaching his Pokemon, but also looking out for their welfare. In a way, his Pokemon had become a surrogate family to him. They were the friends that he always wanted, but never had, with the exception of Uken. Independence and being able to make choices for himself was also being developed. Ranma made the decisions on where he may go and what he would do. No one was telling him to do anything. He was being allowed to do what he wanted, the way he wanted it. If he chose to train his Pokemon in new attacks, not to mention train himself in a new way, then he could do so. No one, especially Ranma, would be there to interfere. He was allowed to experiment. Learning about life outside the fight was also being realized as Ranma associated with others. He began to gain a level of tact that he would have never gotten if he had stayed with Ranma. He was especially grateful to Professor Oak when he took Ranma in all those months ago. Learning how to handle Pokemon provided a stepping stone towards dealing with people. The Ranma showed him before becoming a Pokemon trainer would have been tasting his foot in his mouth a long time ago. But life's hardships and trying to fit into this new world had beaten some common sense into that thick head of his. And besides, he didn't dare say that girls were weak, especially if they happened to have very strong Pokemon with them. He had come to respect the awesome powers that these creatures possessed and the discipline that their trainers invoked in them. The last thing that Ranma had begun to develop, though he was still denying it at the time, was that he had begun to really notice girls. Though he would have never admitted it openly, though he was still mostly naive about the whole thing, he was starting to have a libido, and the hormone changes that all teenagers developed were taking effect. Ranma had always kept Ranma from actually feeling these emotions and pushed him into the training, but without his presence, the boy was free to experience them. With the water stone keeping his curse in check, he didn't really feel that his manhood was threatened. And with two pretty girls tagging along, Ranma shook his head to clear it as he took out the Pokeball that contained his newest Pokemon. "Hey, is that the Psyduck you picked up at the Pokemon Center?" Sam said as she looked at the Pokeball. Ranma nodded as they came to a large clearing in the forest. Seeing that it was becoming sunset and this was a good spot to stop for the night, he decided to start making camp. Later that evening, Sam showed off her culinary skills as she whipped up a batch of curry and roasted some fish from a nearby stream. Though Jeanette was reluctant to admit it, she found Sam's cooking to be quite good as she and the others sat down to eat. However, wanting to show up her arrival, she declared that she would cook their next meal. Ranma had let out all of his Pokemon for dinner. The girls did likewise. Ranma noted that Jeanette had a Rapidash, her infamous Bellsprout, a Beedrill, a Sizer, a Hitmonchan and a female Nidoran. Sam had the three Pokemon that she had used to battle against him at the Viridian Gym, her Fearow, a Poliwrath and a Mankey. Ranma gazed at his Pokemon as they ate their evening meals, and he eventually focused on the latest addition to his team. As Psyduck ate almost absent-mindedly, he wondered just how he was going to train it. According to his Pokedex, Psyducks relied mostly on their psychic powers, and even then those abilities were somewhat unreliable. If they could only use them when their headaches were severe enough, then that limited their fighting potential. Psyducks were also quite scatterbrained, and Ranma had noticed that his was easily distracted and didn't have much when it came to focus. Its physical attacks were also considered weak. Martial arts relied mostly on physical attacks and required a lot of concentration, physically, mentally and spiritually. Ranma sighed as he realized that he had his work cut out for him. The next morning, Sam and Jeanette awoke to find that Ranma and his Pokemon were not present. Thinking that he had abandoned them, they quickly began gathering up their Pokemon and things to go look for him. However, when they heard the sounds of fighting and then spotted Ranma leaping about in another clearing nearby, they both breathed out a sigh of relief. They then decided to go and watch Ranma as he went through the sparring with his Pokemon. Their eyes widened as they saw Ranma leap to the heights of 30 feet as he traded blows with Bruiser. They seemed to hang in the air for several seconds, defying gravity as they threw fast punches and kicks at each other. Jeanette was especially amazed at the grace the martial artist displayed as he continued to bend the laws of momentum and inertia. She was also surprised to see her mother's macaque duplicating Ranma's moves. Ma. Chop. Mokodakbisha. Both girls stepped back when they saw the two combatants release their key attacks at each other. The energies clashed and cancelled each other out. It was then that they both landed on the ground and faced each other in ready stances. As if given an unseen signal, Bruiser relaxed into a neutral stance and called out to the side. "Knock up, Pika." Ranma leapt high when a blast of electricity suddenly struck the place where he was standing. Raiden picked up the pace as he began attacking his master with electric shocks. Ranma smiled as he evaded each strike, then powered up his own counterattack. Shock attack. Pikachu. Both lightning bolts passed each other and struck their targets. Raiden was sent reeling back a bit while Ranma was knocked out the air. However, since both had experienced each other's electric attacks before, they were easily able to shrug off the effects. Slash! Ranma rolled out of the way to avoid Razor's buzz of barrage as the sand slash cut up the ground. Ranma then got to his feet and his battle aura flared as he focused his energy. He slammed both palms into the ground as Razor was just uncurling himself. Eruption blast. The ground trembled a bit as Ranma sent a shockwave through it. Though it wasn't as strong as Razor's, it still caught the mouse Pokemon off guard. A small geyser erupted beneath Razor, sending him flying high into the air. However, this match was also an exercise in teamwork. Wind Rider swooped down to catch Razor in his claws then dived toward Ranma. Both Pokemon released their key attacks and Ranma had to do several backflips to avoid the beams and X-shaped blasts. It was then that Wildfire appeared from behind. Extending his head forward, he gave Ranma a gentle tap on the shoulder with his horn. Looking behind him and seeing his fiery steed, Ranma shook his head while smiling. His Raiden and the others had all been the distraction while Wildfire snuck up on him and tagged him. Knowing that Wildfire could have easily brought him down with a blazing horn charge, Ranma conceded defeat. The point of the exercise was to teach cooperation between his Pokemon. Giving them a nod to show that they had won, Ranma relaxed and took a neutral stance. Good job, guys. I didn't see that one coming. Guess I'll have to work on watching my back more often. The other Pokemon let off a cheer of triumph as they rejoined their trainer. Sam and Jeanette were still staring in awe at the display they had just seen. Nearby, Ranma's new Psyduck was also watching and though it didn't look it was impressed. Rest assured it was. Some time later, Ranma was sitting near the campsite and was trying to teach his Psyduck a few mediation techniques. He had figured that if the duck Pokemon could learn to overcome the headache it constantly suffered from, then perhaps it could be able to focus better, which was very important if it was to learn martial arts and improve its physical attacks. However, with virtually no experience in training to improve its psychic abilities, Ranma knew next to nothing about how to enhance its mental capacities. He also knew that by alleviating it of its headache, he was essentially depriving it of the key to its psychic attacks. However, There was just no other way that Ranma could think of to train it. He decided to postpone going to Celadon City for a few days as he worked with Saduk. The girls did not mind as they finally managed to prod Ranma into training them. This included the dreaded sad puppy dog look that Ranma just couldn't say no to. Jeanette was already familiar with the martial arts, so she had no problems in grasping many of the concepts that Ranma taught them. Sam was of course a bit slower, but her rivalry with Jeanette kept her competitive and eager to learn. Ranma had them sparring against each other and his Pokemon as he continued to work with Saduk. After more than a week, Saduk was finally able to do some basic moves of the anything goes, especially with dodging tactics. However, its stamina and endurance didn't compare with the others and strength was only greater than Jeanette's Bellsprout. Its movements reminded Ranma of cartoon characters and it was pretty funny to watch it perform a kick or punch. After several exhaustive sessions of mediation exercises and key manipulation, Saduk was no longer carrying a constant migraine and was able to focus on any task it was asked to do, provided that it didn't take too long. Ranma's patience was stretched to the limit as he tried very hard not to be angry at Saduk's slow progress. Remembering how traumatized the waterfowl was when he first saw it, Ranma kept his temper in check as he continued to train Saduk. The duck Pokemon became very attached to its new master who showed him kindness that its previous owner did not. It vowed to make Ranma proud. The week passed by, but not without headaches for both Ranma and Saduk. Sam and Jeanette were still vying for Ranma's attention, as their sparring matches would often become brawls. Raiden's master had to frequently intervene before they got out of hand. The girls were also unaware of Ranma's curse, and the pig-tailed martial artist had to be very careful not to be accidentally caught with cold water without his pendant, him being a water magnet and all. Though he knew that they were going to find out, sooner or later, and decided that he would have to tell them someday. Though their constant bickering was annoying, he did like their company, being isolated as he was. When Ranma was satisfied that Saduk had enough control over its mental pain and had a fair amount of skills at least to defend itself, he decided to head over to Celadon City to face off against its gym leader, Erica. He decided not to use Saduk as it still needed more work with its physical skills and he had yet to help it develop its psychic powers. As Ranma and his companions approached the Celadon gym, Ranma asked about the gym leader there. Her name's Erica and she specializes in plant-type Pokemon, Jeanette replied. She also runs a perfume business to help finance the gym. I faced off against her on my first Pokemon journey and it took all 3 Pokemon matches for me to beat her. Sam nodded as she added, if you're able to beat her, then you'll get a rainbow badge. She's pretty tough though. I'll keep that in mind, Ranma said as he knocked on the door of the gym. He looked up at the structure and saw that it was like a greenhouse and it had various plants and flowers inside it. 2 girls came to the door and the first one asked, "Hello, welcome to the Celadon City Pokemon Gym. Are you here to challenge Erica? Ranma nodded. Yeah, I'm here to get a rainbow badge. Sometime later, Ranma was facing off against Erica in the center of the gym with Sam and Jeanette looking on from the sidelines. Ranma regarded his opponent with an appraising eye. Erica was tall and had short, dark hair and seemed very intense looking. She seemed to radiate a form of empathy that was almost tangible. She was wearing a floral print dress that flattered her figure quite nicely. So, are you ready to battle? Erica asked. You bet, Ranma said as he took out a pokeball. He decided to let Razor have the first shot and keep Raiden in reserve after Erica stated that this would be a 3-on-3 battle. So let's get started, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to ask for your name. Ranma Sodom. Ranma said nonchalantly. As soon as he said his name, Erica's eyes widened. Ranma Sodom. The same person that defeated Prima. The one that owns the fastest Rapidash in the world. You're that Ranma. Ranma winced as he remembered the publicity he had gained from his past exploits. Though he did feel a bit of pride from it, the number of fans, reporters, challengers, and would-be students that had constantly pestered him in Stone Town also overwhelmed him. He would have preferred to remain anonymous. Reluctantly, he nodded. Erica smiled as she said, Well then, it is a real honor to go up against a trainer that actually beat the famous Prima. Let's see if you are deserving of such praise. Go, Tangela. Ranma stared at the strange massive vines with defeat, then took out his Pokedex. *Angela, Divine Pokemon. No one knows what these grass-type Pokemon looks like underneath the vines that covers its body. It specializes in spore attacks. Ranma shrugged as he prepared to toss out his Pokeball. Razor could handle something like this. Go on. Before he could let it fly, there was a flash of light on his belt and Psyduck suddenly appeared before Tangela. Huh? Psyduck? I didn't call for you. You're not ready to battle yet. Come on back. Oh, Erica interjected. You can't call back your Pokemon after it's been released. Those are the rules of Pokemon engagement. Maybe you're not as good as a trainer as they say if your Pokemon don't obey. Tangela. Stun Spore. The Pokemon shot out a huge cloud of orange dust at Psyduck. Seeing that his Pokemon had absolutely no defense against such an attack, Ranma decided to forfeit the first match. Psyduck, return. However, Psyduck had other ideas. With a funny little hop, it managed to avoid the return beam, then tripped over its webbed feet to land face first on the floor with a painful splat. Its head nudged over a small, potted palm tree, which caused it to fall on top of Psyduck's head. Ouch! Erica was just as confused as everyone else as the cloud of stun spores was about to envelop Psyduck. Then Psyduck began with a faint white light. When the stun spores touched it, they were immediately scattered away from and sent right back at Tangela. Divine Pokemon shrieked as it was subjected to its own stun spores. It then keeled over, paralyzed from the reflected attack. What the? Erica gasped. Her Tangelo was defeated. Ranma shrugged his shoulders with a weak smile and a dumb look on his face. He didn't know what happened either. Choo? Raiden was also perplexed. Sam and Jeanette looked on with confusion as Saduk groggily pulled itself to its feet. Psei. Duck. What just happened? Jeanette asked. I don't believe this, but Saduk won the first match. Sam replied with disbelief. How? My guess is, when that palm tree hit him, it must caused him to have a really bad headache. That must have been Saduk's confusion attack. After hearing this, Erica became a little upset that Ranma's Pokemon had won by a fluke. She recalled her Tangelo and then brought out another Pokeball. Talk about dumb luck. Well, let's see if your Saduk can handle this. Go either YSAUR. The Pokeball opened up to reveal the evolved form of a Bulbasaur. Asterisk either YSAUR. The seed Pokemon. Bulbasaur's evolved form. It soaks up energy from the sun for nourishment. These Pokemon have various attacks such as Divine Whip and Razor Leaf. Ranma was familiar with such attacks from Prima's seminar and knew that Saduk didn't stand a chance against long-range attacks. He once again tried to recall Saduk. Saduk, return. At the same time, Erica ordered her Pokemon to attack. Either YSAUR. Vine Whoop. Once again, Saduk did a funny hop that seemed accidental and avoided the beam. By sheer coincidence, it clumsily avoided Ivysaur's Vine Whip strikes as well. Psei. Ranma was getting irritated that his Pokemon was refusing to obey as he repeatedly tried to recall it. Saduk was running about like a crazed chicken as it amazingly dodged the Vine Whips and the recall beam in a very comical way. Ivysaur. Psei. Saduk, return. Zap. Zap. Zap, 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 thwack, 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 thwack. The greenhouse echoed with the sounds of Vine Whips and recall beams for a full minute. Finally, Saduk tripped over its own web feet again. Ranma sighed as he prepared to recall his Pokemon, when he heard a cry of disbelief. I don't believe this, Erica exclaimed. Ranma looked up and saw that Ivysaur was in no condition to fight. The poor grass Pokemon was tangled up in its own Vine Whips. The vines were in knots that would have made the best Boy Scouts green with envy. Saduk picked itself off the ground, tilted its head and gave Ranma a look that seemed to say, did I do good? P.S.E. Duck. Pika. Raiden could only stare with his master. Sam was currently picking her jaw off the floor. All that running around caused Ivysaur to get tangled up in its own vines. Jeanette gave Saduk a strange look and said, You don't suppose Saduk and Ranma planned that, do you? They both looked at Ranma, who frantically shook his head while waving his arms. He wasn't sure how Saduk was winning. All he had done was help him control its headache pains and taught him a few self-defense moves, mostly evasion tactics, which in this case, defeated Ivysaur's vine whips. Erika was getting really annoyed that she was losing to a Saduk, then thought of something. This could all be an act. Ranma was said to be a trainer of extraordinary capabilities, and this display of clumsiness could be a plan to catch her off guard and make her underestimate him. She smiled. She had to credit Ranma for such a brilliant tactic. Erika recalled her Ivysaur and took out her final Pokeball. "I have to admit, you had me fooled for a while. I actually believed that you didn't know how to control that Saduk, but I can see through your little trick." "Huh?" Ranma thought. "This time, I'm not taking any chances. Go me." The Pokeball opened up and the evolved form of Erika's Gloom appeared. "Vileplume, use your strongest attack." "Solar Beam." Ranma blanched. He knew what the Solar Beam was, and he definitely did not want to end up with Roast Saduk. As Vileplume began gathering sunlight, Ranma pleaded to his Pokémon. "Saduk, please return." "Pikachu," Raiden called out. "PSE?" Saduk turned around and took one step toward his master. Ranma smiled as he held out the Pokeball and activated the return beam. However, that was when Vileplume bent its body forward and launched the strongest attack for all grass Pokemon. Saduk again tripped over its own web feet. The Solar Beam passed over Saduk, barely missing it, and singed a few of its feathers. Ranma's Recall Beam was cancelled out and the martial artist had to duck for cover. The intense ray of sunlight blasted into a nearby storage shed that was marked fertilizer. Oh! There was a huge explosion as the chemicals in the shed went up, causing a huge fireball in the greenhouse. The roof of the gym came crashing down as the flames began to quickly spread. Sam and Jeanette ran toward the exit of the building, along with Erika and her staff. As they emerged coughing from the inferno, Sam was the first to notice that a few were missing. "Ranma and Saduk. Where are they?" Sam exclaimed. Erika also found out that someone else was absent. "My Vileplume isn't here either." Everyone looked around, then all looked back to the burning building. "They must still be in there," Jeanette cried out as she began to make her way back to where they came out. Unfortunately, a huge mass of flaming debris fell down and blocked the entrance. "Stand back! Blastoise, I choose you." The Pokeball that Sam threw opened up to reveal the giant turtle Pokemon. She then began directing the Blastoise with its water cannons to quench the flames. However, the fire continued to rage on as more of the fertilizer inside was ignited. Erika looked on in shock, as her gym had once again become a flaming wreck. She had a sickening feeling of déjà vu. Last year, this had occurred before during a match with Ash Ketchum when Vileplume was a Gloom. Now history was repeating itself. She cursed herself for the mess. Her pride had made her careless. She should known better than to order her vile plume to use a solar beam attack with so many flammable chemicals around. Now it seems that her favorite Pokemon was going to pay the price, along with several other innocents. Inside the burning building, Ranma was also having a bad feeling of deja vu. He recalled being trapped inside a burning building once before and didn't want to repeat that experience. However, he couldn't leave without his Psyduck and Erica's vile plume, which he had lost sight of in the heavy smoke. Psyduck! Vile plume! Where are you? Pika! Raiden called out as he crouched down as close as he can to the floor. The smoke was causing the rodent's eyes to become watery and he could his master starting to cough from the fumes. It was then that Raiden heard an ominous groaning sound from above and looked up. Pikachu! Huh? Ranma looked up at Lotta's Pikachu, who was indicating and had less than a second to react. Another part of the roof gave way and a huge steel beam came crashing down toward him. Ranma managed to push his friend to safety before several tons of flaming, red-hot steel came down on top of him. Pika! Raiden raced toward the pile of debris, and saw that his master had survived as a large beam had landed on top of some previous rubble, forming a kind of shelter above him. However, Ranma had been knocked out and a large bloody gash was on his left temple. His lower body was pinned beneath the beam, effectively cutting off any access to his belt of Pokeballs. Raiden tried to get close but the intense heat and smoke made him sluggish. The beam also weighed several tons, which was far too massive for him to lift. The fire had begun to eat its way through the support beams. It wouldn't be long before the entire structure would collapse in on itself. Psyduck! Vile plume! Raiden looked over his shoulder and saw Psyduck and Vile Plume rush up to where Ranma was pinned. The Pikachu gestured to Psyduck to use its psychic power to get their master out. Pika! Die! Pikachu! PSE! Duck! Amazingly, Psyduck seemed to lose that empty look in his eyes as he nodded in full comprehension. It began focusing its mental powers on the massive beam and strained to lift it. Unfortunately, more debris had fallen on top of the beam, adding to the weight and making it more dangerous for Ranma. Pika! As Duck stopped when it saw that their master would not survive the shifting rubble. It needed complete control over all of that twisted metal and broken glass as well as far more psychic power than it could ever muster with its most severe headache. There was just no way to do the job as he was. Psyduck lamented over the fact that it was about to lose its new master. Ranma was the first person to ever show it kindness. No, it would not give up. Remembering back to all the meditation techniques Ranma had taught it to attain focus and relieve it of its mental pain, Psyduck reached deep into his inner strength and used its mental powers to take hold of every piece of rubble that had its trainer trapped. The waterfowl began to glow with a faint blue glow as Raiden looked on with awe as the debris began to levitate. Psyduck was actually using its psychic powers without resorting to giving itself a headache. PSE. Duck! Psyduck suddenly flashed with a white light and began to change shape. Outside of the building, Sam was forced to pull her Blastoise back when another explosion was heard. She had thought that a gas main had exploded when she looked up and saw something erupt out into the air. Her eyes widened as she saw a huge, 5-ton beam flying up like a rocket, along with several huge chunks of rubble. Then, a section of wall from the opposite side was suddenly blown out as a beam of orange energy caused the wall to explode. What the question mark Sam wondered as she and the others rounded the building. That was a hyper beam, Jeanette exclaimed. When the beam faded away, the girls caught sight of a white light that approached them from out of the depths of the inferno. They all gasped at the sight of a blue figure that was surrounded by a protective barrier. It was about 3 feet in height, had webbed feet, and instead of a rounded body, its form was far more streamlined. The red jewel on its forehead flashed as it had an unconscious Ranma Sodom slung over one shoulder. Beside it, as it half dragged and half carried its master to safety, were Vileplume and Raiden. They too were protected by the Pokemon's psychic barrier. The girls could do nothing but stare as the new Pokemon smiled and flashed them a thumbs up. GOLDUCK. Later, GOLDUCK, the duck DOKMON. The evolved form of PSYDUCK. GOLDUCK is very adept at using its webbed hands and feet, making it the fastest swimmer of all water POKMON. Its psychic powers are far stronger and unlike PSYDUCK, it does not require a headache to use them. It is also extremely rare, making it one of the most coveted of POKMON. Ranma put away his Pokedex as Nurse Joy tended to his burns. Fortunately, he had no broken bones and the gash on his head had looked worse than it was. He smiled at his new Pokemon as Sam, Jeanette and Erica sat with him in the ambulance. Raiden was sitting on his shoulder as usual. Behind them, the fire department was getting the blaze under control. Golduck, I didn't like it when you disobeyed me. Golduck lowered its head in shame. But, you did good. No, you did great. Ranma patted Golduck on the shoulder. I'm very proud of you. Golduck brightened when it heard this and hugged Ranma, which he returned. Choo! Raiden said happily. Sam whistled as she admired Ranma's new Golduck. You are so lucky. You realize how hard it is to get a Psyduck to evolve into a Golduck? I'll say. Jeanette agreed. Most Psyducks don't ever evolve and you've only had Psyduck for just a week. That has to be a record. I must say, I am impressed. Erica added. You are a very special trainer if you could get a Psyduck to battle like that and then evolve just like that. I am proud to award you this rainbow badge. Ranma looked down at the multicolored badge in his hand, then said, Thanks, but I can't take credit for this, nor accept this badge. That match we had was a fluke and Golduck here did all that on his own. It was an accident. Erica shrugged as she said, Hey, it was a good accident. You see, I've always maintained that a good trainer should have empathy with his or her Pokemon in order for them to be the best they could be. Seduct tried so hard to live up to your approval, then became a Golduck to save you. If that's not empathy, then I don't know what is. You inspired it when no one else wanted it. You and Golduck deserve that badge. After all, you saved my vile plume. Those are all the marks of a good trainer and Pokemon. Ranma thought for a long while, then nodded while hugging Golduck closer. A few days later, Ranma was riding Wildfire with Jeanette riding beside him and Sam flying high above on her Thero. Their next stop was Saffron City. Well, you got what you wanted. You now have a psychic Pokemon and a very powerful one at that. It's also a water type too, Jeanette said. Oh, I still don't know how you managed to make it evolve like that. Ranma shrugged. I don't have any idea either. The only thing I did with it was teach it some meditation techniques to help relieve it of its headache. Jeanette looked at Ranma with a questioning look. Get relieved of its headache? Didn't you know that a Seduct's greatest power comes from the severity of its headache? Ranma nodded. Yeah, well, I figured that if it had to get into that much pain to use its strongest attack, then it wasn't worth it. I was planning to teach it some physical attacks and stuff to compensate for it, but Ranma paused as he thought about something. Hey, wait a minute. Could that be it? I mean, if Seduct was able to control its pain with my meditation techniques, and get to use its psychic powers without resorting to a headache, then that may be what caused Seduct to become a Golduck. After all, Golduck doesn't need a headache to use its psychic powers, right? Jeanette looked at Ranma thoughtfully, then slowly nodded. I get it. Once Seduct learned how to handle the pain, then it had the mental control it needed to use its psychic powers effectively. Well, what do you know? You actually trained Seduct to the level it needed to evolve. Ranma nodded as he patted the Pokeball that contained Golduck. Yep. I have a feeling that Golduck will really come in handy in Saffron City. He then looked back to his Pikachu, who was perched on his pack, ready to beat the next gym. Raiden, Pika. The three then made a beeline to their next destination. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that was a doozy to write, and I'm glad that's over. Ranma will now face off against Sabrina and her psychic Pokemon, and Golduck will be a big help to attaining the Marsh badge. When I decided on giving Ranma a Golduck, I often wondered why it was so different in using its psychic powers, unlike its evolved form, Seduct. I decided to review that episode when Misty meets up with another water Pokemon trainer. I noticed that girl's Seduct had better control over its psychic powers than Misty's. Then by looking closer, I noticed that the other girl's Seduct had to focus pretty hard compared to the wild Golduck that Misty had directed. Then I realized that the other Seduct must have been forcing itself to have that headache, in order to summon up its psychic powers. It was sort of like our own bodies using adrenaline in times of stress or high concentration. This could also explain why Misty's Seduct is so scatterbrained and it lacks very little focus when it isn't battling. Once the Seduct has learned to harness its powers without resorting to that extra boost, then it evolves into a Golduck. Well, in any case, Ranma now has the minimum 6 Pokemon, but don't worry, he'll be getting more as time goes on. Asterisk Chapter 13 Asterisk Chapter 13 Mind over Mind Fist of the Pikachu Disclaimer. Okay, so do you want a song and dance number? Thoughts asterisk asterisk Pokedex Responses Chapter 13 Mind over Mind. Ash. Misty. Did you hear the news? What is it, Tracy? A young boy of 11 asked as he and his friends got off the ferry from the Orange Islands. On his head was a Pikachu. In his arms, he was proudly holding the winner's trophy that he had earned after defeating Drake, the gym leader at the Pomelo Gym. Look at this, Tracy said as the young Pokemon watcher held up a newspaper depicting a photo of Ranma and Raiden as they stood beside Prima at the Pokemon convention in Stone Town. Misty looked over the shoulder of Ash and saw the headline. Her eyes widened as she read the headline. W what? Prima was defeated. Tracy nodded. According to this article, Prima had given this new trainer, Ranma Sodom, a Diamond Story badge after she lost 3 consecutive matches. That's the first one to be given in over 10 years. A Diamond Story badge. She lost 3 matches in a row. Ash said in disbelief. When he had challenged Prima, she had made short work of him and his Pikachu. Ooh, that's one of the most sought-after badges in the world. All water Pokemon trainers want one. I'd give almost anything to have one of those. Misty pined. Who is this Ranma Sodom? Ash asked. Not much is known about this trainer. Tracy read. He just suddenly appeared a few months ago and according to this report, has already gotten 5 Indigo badges and is reported to be heading towards Saffron City for a Marsh badge. He's going to have his hands full with Sabrina. Ash commented, remembering how difficult it was for him to beat the psychic gym leader. I don't know, Ash, Misty said skeptically. If he was able to defeat Prima, then Sabrina might not be able to stop him as she did with you. Ash winced as he recalled how humiliating his initial defeat against Sabrina was. Brock and Misty had gotten turned into dolls and it was only due to wonder that he had been able to win against Sabrina's Kadabra. Here's another thing, Ash. It says here that this Ranma can actually copy a Pokemon's attacks and that his Pokemon have been trained into more powerful attacks. Say what? Look here. Tracy pointed to a picture in which Ranma was doing an electric attack. He's doing a thundershock? Ash could not believe what he was seeing. Neither were Tracy and Misty. Wow! He must be some special kind of Pokemon trainer if he's able to do all of that. Ash was deep in thought as he continued to gaze at the picture. Wow! A trainer that can copy a Pokemon's attacks. I wonder if I'll ever meet this Ranma somewhere else. ACHO. Ranma rubbed his nose after sneezing and wondered if he was coming down with something. He then shrugged and turned back to observing his Pokemon as they sparred with each other. Golduck. Pikachu. Ranma nodded as he watched his newest Pokemon train with his best disciple in the Anything Goes Pokemon martial arts techniques. He had decided to call the new branch of the Anything Goes his Pokemon Ken. He smiled as he saw the blue waterfowl take to the physical training with relative ease. He was a bit worried though about his upcoming match against the gym leader of Saffron City, who was reputed to be an unparalleled expert when it came to psychic Pokemon. Though his new Golduck was also a psychic type, the Pokemon trainer and martial artist was still relatively inexperienced in dealing with psychic attacks and how to defend against them. Golduck may be able to handle its own mental attacks such as confusion and disable, but it was still learning to control its newfound powers and they were nowhere near as strong as they should be. Ranma didn't know how to train a psychic-type Pokemon. What can I do against Metronome, Psychic Beams or Hypnosis? The aura defense field that I made with Makarp's meditation technique was good, but it uses up a lot of power and he was just barely able to counter Prima's Slowbro. Ranma decided to look up the entry on Golduck on his Pokedex. *GOLDUCK is mainly a water and psychic type Pokemon, but also possesses ice attacks and can engage in considerable hand-to-hand combat. That's nice to know, but that still doesn't give me any idea of how to go up against Sabrina. Ranma put away his Pokedex as he saw Jeanette and Sam approach him. "Hey Ranma, how's the training going?" Sam asked. The martial artist shrugged as he replied, "It's going well enough. Golduck is handling the physical training all right, but I still haven't gotten around to helping it with its psychic powers. I really don't have any idea how to improve on its psychic attacks. Come to think of it, I haven't even thought of what to name Golduck. Why don't you just call it Golduck? Every other trainer that has a Golduck does," Jeanette suggested. Calling it Golduck is so generic. I want my Golduck to have a name to give it more personality. That's what I've done for all my other Pokemon. Got any ideas?" Both girls shrugged as they began thinking of what to call Golduck. "Hey, how about Tsunami?" Jeanette suggested. "Tidal Wave?" Ranma replied. "No, sounds more like a name for an attack. Besides, it sounds too feminine. Golduck's a male. Well, how about Kappa? Water Demon? Golduck may be powerful, but he's no demon. Maybe Poseidon or Aquarius?" Sam tried. "Who are they?" Ranma asked. Poseidon was a Greek god of the sea and Aquarius was the water bearer of the zodiac. We could also try Neptune or Triton. That doesn't sound right either. History ain't my strong point and besides, I don't wanna keep on naming my Pokemon after gods and stuff. That gets too repetitive. Raiden's good enough for me. Well, since Golduck's also a psychic type, how about Mindstorm or maybe Kinesis? Sam recommended. Maybe but I don't know. Ranma waved it off. Anyways, the name isn't that important right now, so it can wait. Ranma said as he turned back to where his Golduck and Raiden were taking a breather before going at each other again. Sometime later, okay, now breathe in and out, slow and steady. Ranma instructed as he and his Golduck took stances and began their meditation exercises. The waterfowl was especially proficient in this discipline as these techniques had allowed it to evolve from a Seduck, no longer requiring a headache to activate its psychic abilities. Golduck was determined to enhance its mental abilities even further. He had been practicing hard during their trip to Saffron City and was confident that it could handle anything that Sabrina's Pokémon could throw at it. Beside them, Sam and Jeanette were also taking deep breaths and clearing their minds. Then, in unison, they began going a series of simple katas to attain a higher level of focus. Ranma and Golduck were already lit with bright blue ores. Jeanette had a pale white ore that was much smaller, while Sam's was the faintest and smallest of all, a very thin, gold halo of light. Off to one side, the rest of Ranma's Pokémon stood by with Sam's and Jeanette's. After an hour, Ranma called a halt to the training and the group decided to break for dinner. As they started eating, Sam and Jeanette began discussing with Ranma on their own progress. "So are we ready to start projecting ki?" Jeanette asked hopefully. Ranma shook his head and said, "No, you two still got a long way to go. I'm not surprised that your aura is stronger than Sam's since you've had some martial arts training from your mother already." Jeanette gave her rival a bit of a smug smile, since she was way ahead of her. Sam scowled a bit. They had been practicing for weeks with the pig-tailed boy and now he had just complimented Jeanette on her greater skill. This only made the former gym leader of Viridian City even more determined to beat her rival for Ranma's attentions. Though neither would admit it openly, both girls had grown very fond of Ranma's company ever since they started traveling together. "By the way, Ranma, how come my aura's different than yours and Jeanette's?" Sam asked, hoping to change the subject. Ranma shrugged as he said, "Well, ki can use your own emotions as a medium. The different colors and size of your auras can represent which emotion you are using to projecting it, and how intense it is. My blue aura represents my confidence. The same thing goes with all my Pokémon." "So what about ours?" Jeanette inquired. "Well, I can only guess, but I'd say that the white color is calmness, which kind of fits with your passive fighting style of Aikido. Sam's gold color may be because of her determination. Mind you, I'm only guessing, but I think those must be the emotions that you are drawing from." Both girls thought about it for a while, then nodded. It was then that they began asking Ranma some more personal questions. "Ranma, we've been traveling together for a while and we still don't know much about you," Sam said. Ranma became a bit edgy at those words and Jeanette added to his nervousness by saying, "Yes, tell us about yourself. Where are you from?" "Ooh, well, it's kinda hard to explain and I'm not really sure where to begin." He looked toward his Pokémon for support, but they could only give him a sort of helpless look, as they too did not know how to tell them. Oh, come on, Ranma, Sam said cheerfully. You can tell us at least where you're from and how you became a Pokemon trainer, right? It's not like we're asking you to tell us your deepest secrets, right? That's just the problem. Ranma replied reluctantly. In order for me to tell you as to where I came from, I'd have to tell you my deepest secret. Huh? Both girls said. Ranma sighed. All I can say is that I got my official start as a Pokemon trainer in a place called Pallet Town. Pallet Town? Jeanette repeated. I've heard of that place. That's where Ash Ketchum came from. Who? He was a trainer that I went up against in last year's Indigo League Championships. He beat my Bellsprout with a muck, of all things. Ranma thought about the name, then nodded. Oh yeah, now I remember. Professor Oak told me about him when I used to work at the Pokemon Research Center in Pallet Town. Ranma then got up and stretched out his arms while yawning. Well, enough about me. My Pokemon and me better get some sleep. Tomorrow's a big day and I need Raiden and the others to be well rested for the match. So which Pokemon are you going to use? Sam asked. Well, the obvious choice would be Golduck, since he's the only psychic type I've got. Though he's gotten a lot stronger mentally and physically, I really don't know what Sabrina will do and how she battles. I guess I'll find out tomorrow. The next day, Ranma and his group approached the Saffron City gym and stopped at the front door. Ranma took a deep breath and knocked. Hello? I'm here to challenge the gym leader. A moment passed in silence before the doors automatically opened up, allowing for Ranma, Sam and Jeanette to enter. Raiden was currently riding on Ranma's right shoulder. As they walked down the hallway to the main battle arena, the two girls began giving Ranma some last-minute details about his opponent. You've got to be really careful against Sabrina, Ranma. She and her family happen to be very powerful psychics and I found out the hard way that she's telepathically linked to her Pokemon. Jeanette cautioned. Really? That's right. Sam affirmed. She doesn't have to say anything to direct her Pokemon. She does it all mentally. How did you get the Marsh badge? Ranma asked Jeanette. The trainer from Crimson City sighed as she said with reluctance, It took me 6 tries to get it and I was lucky. Sabrina had been suffering from a headache during the 6th attempt and that weakened her psychic link with her Pokemon enough for me to overpower her. I have a feeling that she's not suffering from any headaches today. Indeed. The three were startled at the sound of Sabrina's voice as they came to the main arena. On the opposite end of the fighting area was the psychic gym leader herself. She was very slim and had long, straight, dark hair. She was wearing a kind of formal suit that resembled a ringmaster's outfit. Ranma noted that something was floating beside her. It looked like a gaseous face with 2 disembodied hands at its side. He took out his Pokedex. Wonder, the gaseous Pokemon. The evolved form of Ghastly. This ghost-type Pokemon is known for its mischievous yet playful personality. Its attacks include Nightshade, confuse Ray. Hypnosis entry meter. Asterisk. Welcome to the Saffron Gym, Ranma Sodom. Sabrina greeted with a smile. Ranma was taken aback by her greeting and became a bit unnerved. How did you? Sabrina shrugged and said, I don't need to be a psychic to have predicted that you would have eventually come here. Besides, I saw you on television when your Rapidash won the Pokemon Challenge race and when you defeated Prima in Stone Town. I've been looking forward to battle against you. Ranma winced as he realized that the publicity he had gained might work against him. Unlike the other gym leaders, Sabrina was expecting him and probably prepared for him. So, shall we get started? Ranma nodded reluctantly and motioned for Sam and Jeanette to stand back. This was it. Sabrina nodded back and said, This will be a 2-on-2 match. Thunder, I choose you. Thunder. The ghost Pokemon floated forward to face off against whatever Pokemon Ranma would use. The big-tailed boy took a deep breath and decided to start off with his Pikachu. Raiden, go! The electric rodent sped forward and took a ready stance. Unfortunately, Sabrina was already giving her ghost Pokemon her orders by telepathy. Thunder. P-S-Y-B-A-M. Thunder. The eyes of the Thunder began to glow and it shot out a beam of energy. Raiden, fight back with meditation. The electric rodent began to concentrate its ki into a protective screen around it to offset the psychic waves. Sabrina nodded as she watched the Pikachu generate a blue aura around it. Interesting. A barrier to deflect psychic waves. But, I can see fatal flaw in it. That Pikachu can't use its electrical attacks when it's like that, so it can't strike at a distance. Thunder. Nightshade attack. Thunder. A bolt of black energy burst from Thunder's hands and blasted into Raiden. Fortunately for the electric rodent, its aura took the brunt of the attack. The Pikachu was sent flying backward, but managed to land on its feet. Its aura, however, was dispersed and Thunder saw its chance and emitted a hypnosis attack. Raiden was caught off guard as he saw Thunder and started to fall down toward the floor. Ranma became desperate as he saw his friend begin to falter. Raiden couldn't get close enough to do any physical attacks on Thunder, not that it would work against a ghost type. Then Ranma got inspired and yelled to his Pikachu. Raiden, put your headband over your eyes. Pika. Reaching up with his paws, Raiden pulled down its headband over his eyes, effectively blinding himself and preventing him from seeing Thunder's blurred form, which cancelled out the hypnosis effect. Sabrina smirked as she commented, That was cute. That headband may stop the hypnosis attack, but your Pikachu can't fight while it's blindfolded. Ranma grinned as he said, Raiden doesn't need to see to beat Thunder. Raiden, use your new finishing move, THUNDERBLAST Storm. Thunder Blast Storm. Sam and Jeanette peeped. During their travels with Ranma, they had seen him train his Pokemon in newer techniques. They had witnessed Raiden do this new attack last week. Take cover. Both girls yelled as they backed off quickly. Raiden suddenly crackled with electricity and ki as he focused his inner energies. He then let loose with a massive explosion of lightning and ki bolts in every direction. Pikachu. Thunder. The ghost Pokemon tried to zig and zag out of the way of the massive barrage, but since the attack hit everywhere at once, it wasn't any use. Physical attacks it could evade by making itself immaterial. Energy attacks were another story. It screamed out as several bolts of electricity and ki slammed into it, causing it to drop to the ground, unconscious. Sabrina looked up from where she had taken cover and gasped. Thunder was down and the entire floor of her gym was scorched. In the center of the arena, Raiden was still standing, unscathed and raising his headband. On the other side, Ranma was also standing without so much as a scratch on him. He had used his own aura to deflect any incoming energy. Behind him, Sam and Jeanette were just emerging from where they had taken cover. Ranma smiled as said, "Raiden doesn't need to see when he has an attack that hits everywhere at once." Sabrina looked down at the Pikachu, then recalled Thunder. Thunder, return. When the Pokeball recalled her ghost Pokemon, she said to it, "You did a good job, Thunder." She then turned back to Ranma. "That was very impressive. I can see why you defeated Prima. I wasn't expecting something like that. But now it's time to get serious." Taking out another Pokeball, she called out her ace in the hole. "Alakazam. I choose you." Ranma frowned as the psychic Pokemon appeared. He took out his Pokedex. *Alakazam, the evolved form of Kadiabihare. It possesses both a powerful body and psychic powers. Its mind is equivalent to a super-computer. Ranma was about to give Raiden his next command when Sabrina mentally ordered her Pokemon to take Raiden apart. Alakazam. Disable. Before Ranma could utter a single word, Alakazam focused the 2 spoons it held in its hands and directed a wave of psychic power at it. Raiden was paralyzed in a second. Alakazam. Confusion. Raiden was sent bouncing up and down like a basketball. Sabrina had learned from her earlier mistake and didn't let the Pikachu a moment to recover or counterattack. Psybam. Ranma cried out as his Pikachu was struck hard by the blast and sent flying. He ran out and caught his best friend in his arms as he came back down. "Raiden, are you okay? Speak to me, buddy." The electric mouse slowly opened up its eyes and gave Ranma an affectionate lick on his cheek. "Pika," Ranma sighed in relief as he saw that Raiden was alright, but was in no shape to battle anymore. He nodded to Sam, who walked up and took Raiden into her arms as Ranma faced off against Sabrina again. That was kingly extreme. No more extreme than that last attack of your Pikachu's, Sabrina countered. Ranma thought for a moment, then nodded. Point taken. He then took out a Pokeball and readied to throw it. "Well, here's the moment of truth. Go! Golduck." The blue waterfowl exploded from his pokeball and took a dramatic pose. Golduck. Sabrina smiled as she gazed at the psychic water Pokemon. Very nice. You have a very fine-looking psychic Pokemon. Now let's see how well he's trained. Alakazam. Disable. By sheer coincidence, Ranma shouted out the same command. Golduck. Disable. Alakazam thrust out its two spoons and focused its mental powers. At the same time, Golduck's eyes glowed bright blue as it too emitted paralyzing waves. There was a sudden flare of energy that appeared between the two Pokemon as the two attacks hit each other head-on. Then a massive blast of light appeared and caused both trainers to look away. Ranma heard Sabrina cry out a bit at the brightness, then recovered to give her Pokemon another command. Alakazam. Psybam. Golduck was still a bit distracted from the sudden flare of light and was struck hard by the blast. The waterfowl went sprawling, but quickly recovered and rolled to its feet again. Unfortunately, Alakazam began giving off psychic blasts in rapid succession, scoring several hits. Ranma winced as he saw Golduck get repeatedly. Sabrina had the advantage with her mind link and Golduck just wasn't reacting fast enough. Ranma hoped that a key blast would catch Alakazam and Sabrina off guard. Golduck. Key attack. Like all of his Pokemon, Ranma's Golduck had no problems in learning the Project Key. It was even easier for Golduck due to its psychic abilities. Cupping its webbed hands forward, the water Pokemon shot a blue sphere of energy at his opponent. Reflect. Alakazam put up a psychic barrier to deflect the blast. The Pokemon shuddered a bit when the barrier trembled under the force of the key bolt hitting it. It then followed through with another Psybeam. Golduck leapt high to evade it, then came down to deliver a jump kick to Alakazam's head. It was then that Ranma realized that Golduck was leaping into a trap as he saw Alakazam's eyes glow. Golduck. Look out! It was too late. As Golduck was in the air, he was wide open for a disable attack. He was stopped in midair, and that was when Alakazam began powering up its final attack. An orange ball of energy began to form in front of the psychic Pokemon. Counter Alakazam's Hyper Beam with yours, Ranma called out. Golduck desperately tried to power up his own Hyper Beam to counter, but it was too late. Just as the center jewel on its head began to glow, Alakazam let loose with a huge orange beam. Golduck. Sometime later. Your Golduck wasn't hurt too seriously, but it will need to rest for a while. He's very weak from that Hyper Beam. Nurse Joy said to Ranma after she had emerged from the ICU of the Saffron City Pokemon Center. Can I see him? Ranma asked, to which the Pokemon nurse nodded and led him, Sam and Jeanette to where Golduck was bedridden. Beside him, wearing a few bandages of his own, was Raiden. Ranma frowned as he saw his newest Pokemon with a bandage wrapped around his head and a patch of gauze taped down the right cheek. Both of his arms were also bandaged. After nodding to his Pikachu, Ranma knelt down at one side of Golduck's bed, took one of his webbed hands into his and said, "Golduck, I'm so sorry. This was all my fault." Golduck looked at his trainer, then slowly shook his head. "Gull top 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 duck top gull." Ranma shook his head in response. "No, it was my fault. I didn't know how to make your psychic powers stronger, and I put you into battle when you weren't ready. We should have trained more, and I should have realized that Sabrina would have been prepared for us, especially with all that publicity I got in Stone Town. Please forgive me." "Golduck, Golduck." The waterfowl placed a webbed hand on his trainer's head and tousled his hair. "Golduck, duck, Golduck." Raiden nodded, as he understood what Golduck was saying. "Pikachu, Pika." Ranma sighed as he looked back at Jeanette and Sam. "I really wish I knew what they were saying. I think Golduck is saying that he doesn't blame you for what happened, right?" Sam looked at the bedridden Pokemon, who nodded in response. Jeanette also spoke up. "Golduck understands that you tried your best to prepare for the match. Yeah, well, it didn't do us any good, now did it? We still lost. Sabrina's got too much of an advantage with that mind link of hers, and I just can't think of a way to counter it." And Ranma paused for a moment as he thought back to the match. He then realized something. "Wait a minute. Maybe there is a way to counter her." "What are you talking about?" Jeanette asked. Ranma addressed his Golduck. "Golduck, as soon as you're well enough to leave here, we're going to do some special training. Golduck, I think I may have thought up of a way to beat Sabrina and get that marsh badge. What do you say? Are you up for it?" Golduck. Golduck affirmed. "What are you talking about?" Jeanette asked. Ranma only answered her with a smile. 2 weeks later. "I'm here for a rematch," Ranma called out as he and Golduck came to the front doors of the gym. On his shoulder was Raiden. Behind him, Sam and Jeanette whispered to each other. "Do you think this plan of his will work?" Sam asked. "Maybe," Jeanette replied. "He and Golduck have trained so hard for the last few days, and I can't believe just how much they've improved. Ranma may just win that marsh badge. We'll see." The doors of the gym again opened to admit Ranma and his group. As they entered, several shady characters were watching from the shadows of a nearby alley. They smiled as they recognized their target and began moving toward the gym. Inside of the gym, Sabrina smiled as she again faced off against Ranma. "I knew you would be back. You didn't strike me as the type to give up so easily." Ranma smirked as he replied, "You bet. So let's get started." "Very well. This time, it will just be one Pokemon for each of us. Choose yours now." Ranma nodded as he said to his Golduck, "I choose you." And that was when he got an inspiration. "Sea Storm." Golduck. The water Pokemon smiled at its new name and leapt forward to take a pose. Sabrina chuckled as she threw out her Pokeball. Alakazam appeared. "Sea Storm." Psychic Blast. The Golduck raised a webbed hand and let loose with a psychic attack. Alakazam. Reflect. Sabrina's Pokemon brought up its shield but was surprised at the intensity of the blast. Alakazam was actually forced back. Sabrina was also impressed with sudden increase in power, but decided to bide her time and see what Ranma had taught his Golduck in the past 2 weeks. Sea Storm. Torpedo attack. Sea Storm suddenly shot forward like a missile, using its psychic powers to shoot itself through the air. Its streamlined body became enveloped in ki energy, which exploded on contact with Alakazam's barrier, shattering it. Alakazam was slammed backward, and that is when Golduck started raining swipes, punches and kicks, displaying its ability in the martial arts. Sabrina winced as she began feeling the pain that her Pokemon was experiencing. On the other side, Ranma smirked. He had guessed right. Sabrina's mind link was a two-way system. Not only could she mentally communicate with her Pokemon, but she also felt the feedback of whatever her Pokemon was experiencing. Apparently, the link wasn't 100%, or she would be bruised and battered from Golduck's attacks. He had suspected on how the system worked when he recalled from the last battle how much more affected Sabrina had been during that bright flash of psychic energy. All he had to do was to have his Golduck maintain the assault and keep her too off-balanced to give her Alakazam any orders. Sabrina winced again as she felt more pain from her Alakazam. She knew from the increasing intensity that her Pokemon couldn't take much more of this pounding and chided herself for not ending the match sooner. She then bit down, ignored the pain and ordered Alakazam to disable Golduck. Disable. Alakazam managed to focus its energies and Golduck found himself once more paralyzed and floating in midair. Hyper Beam. Ranma scowled as he saw Alakazam powering up and shouted, "Not this time!" Sea Storm. Psychic Flash. Sea Storm's eyes took on a bright blue color, then suddenly flared like magnesium powder. Alakazam cried out as it took the glare at full strength. Sabrina screamed out as she found herself blinded. She raised her hands to rub at her eyes. Consequently, she was forced to disengage her psychic link with Alakazam. The psychic Pokemon shook its head to clear it, then took on a puzzled look as it found itself disconnected from its trainer. Ranma smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Now that Alakazam was mentally separated from its master, it was time. Now Sea Storm. Final attack. Psychic Tsunami. The Golduck nodded as he began focusing his mental and ki energies around him. The battle aura that was formed was huge as it continued to build around him. Soon the entire gym was bathed in a bright, blue luminance. Then the outer edges of the aura began to become alive, as if it were made of water. Sabrina regained her sight just to see Golduck throw its arms forward and the entire battle aura went crashing down toward Alakazam like a huge tidal wave. GOL. Duck. Alakazam. Reflect. Alakazam just barely managed to put up another barrier, But it wasn't enough. The shields shattered under the tremendous force that Golduck's attack produced, and Alakazam was swept away like a leaf caught in a fast-moving river. The Pokemon and all that energy slammed into one of the walls of the gym, causing it to be blown out. When the energy dispersed outward into the open air and the dust settled down, Alakazam was going to need a trip to the Pokemon Center. Alakazam. All was silent in the Saffron Gym for a long moment, then a shout rang out. We did it, Sea-Storm. Golduck. On the sidelines, Sam and Jeanette were cheering with his Pikachu. Ranma had done it. He had beaten Sabrina. Sabrina could only look in shock at her defeated Alakazam, and then she nodded. Ranma had beaten her fairly and earned the Marsh badge. Taking out her Pokeball, she recalled her Pokemon and said to it, "You thought well, Alakazam." She turned and walked to her opponent, who was hugging his Golduck, and addressed him. "Congratulations, Ranma Sodom. I didn't expect something like that, but then again you're known for surprises." Ranma separated himself from his Golduck and nodded. "Thanks, Sabrina. That was a good match. So now I think you have something for me." Sabrina nodded as she handed Ranma the Marsh badge. "In recognition of your victory at the Saffron Gym." Ranma smiled, then showed the badge to Sea-Storm. "Good work, Sea-Storm. Nothing can stop us now." It was at that time that someone threw a smoke bomb into the gym and some ominous music began to play. "Oh no! Not again!" Ranma groaned. Raiden breathed out a mushroom puff. Pika, Sam, Jeanette and Sabrina were confused. To subject the world to devastation. To shut up. Wind Rider. Double Team just attack. The Pidgeotto exploded from its Pokeball and joined its master in blowing away all the smoke. When the gases were cleared, at the hole where Sea-Storm's attack had blasted through were four very goofy-looking characters. Each had a white and black outfit with a large R printed on their chests. "Hey! We weren't finished." The first one said. "As far as I'm concerned, you are." Ranma shot back. "So which Team Rocket are you? Jesse and James? Bonnie and Clyde? Billy and Kid? Lori, Curly and Tom, Dick and Lori? No, we're all four. Take us into pose. Harpo, Cheko, Cppo, and Groucho. All together they said, Team Rocket. Blast off at blast this. R-A-I-D-E-N. T-H-U-N-D-E-R-B-L-A-S-T bomb. Raiden moved forward and let one of his most powerful attacks fly. Sam, Jeanette and Sabrina dove for cover. P-I-K-A, C-H-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-U. K-B-O-O-O-O-O-M. At the damaged wall, four members of Team Rocket were now extra crispy and sprawled on the ground, unconscious. One of their Pokeballs rolled out from under them and came to a stop at Ranma's feet. HMMMPF. I wonder what kind of Pokemon they were going to sick on me this time. In answer to his question, the Pokeball opened up and, Get it away from me. The girls were all surprised to hear Ranma scream in terror. Looking over to where Ranma was now on the ground, shivering in terror at what had just came out of the Pokeball. "Grrr, it's a Persian," Sam declared. "Ranma's afraid of Persians?" Jeanette asked in confusion. It was at that time that the Persian's training took over. Seeing that Ranma was not one of its masters and therefore an enemy, it began to chase after him. This caused Ranma to scramble away even more frantically. "Get away! Get away! Get away! Get away!" Sam, Jeanette, and Sabrina had huge sweat drops as they watched the scene. Here was the most formidable Pokemon trainer in the world, running about like a chicken with its head cut off, screaming in absolute terror, while being chased by a Persian. Raiden could only shake his head and sigh. Storm, who did not know about his master's fear of cats, could only watch in confusion. When the Persian leapt up and tackled Ranma to the ground, pinning him down by standing at his back, the Pokemon trainer's fragile hold on sanity snapped. Huh? Is that Ranma? Jeanette asked in confusion. The Persian was also confused to hear its prey suddenly meow. It was then suddenly thrown off as Ranma bolted upward and crouched down on all fours. The cat Pokemon glared at its opponent as the two faced off. "What's he doing?" Sam wondered. The Persian decided to use its Fury Swipe's attack against this crazy human, but was more than shocked to see its claws knocked aside by Ranma, who moved with unbelievable speed. He then proceeded to maul the Pokemon with a ferocity that was beyond imagination. "He can copy a Persian's attacks?" Sabrina said in disbelief. In less than a minute, the cat Pokemon went running off for its life after receiving more than 1,000 scratches. Ranma hissed at his retreating foe, then looked around. He then spotted the girls and started toward them. The three backed away nervously as the cat boy approached them. Raiden sighed as he powered up his electric sax. "Pikachu. Circumflex accent, forgive me, Master. Circumflex accent, easy, Mako Ranma was thrown backward as he received Raiden's Thundershock therapy and was knocked out. Raiden ran over to his fallen master and placed his ear onto his master's chest. He nodded with relief and gestured to Sea Spray. "Pikachu. Pika. Die. Circumflex accent, Sea Storm. Could you come here? Circumflex accent, Golduck. Golduck. Duck. Circumflex accent, what single quote is the matter? What's wrong with our master? Circumflex accent, Pika. Die. Pikachu. Circumflex accent, Master Ranma has a fear of cats. Circumflex accent, Golduck. Circumflex accent, really? Circumflex accent, Raiden nodded. Pika. Die. Pikachu. Pika, 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 Choo, Choo. Circumflex accent. Ranma told me that his father did a very bad thing to him when he was 6. Circumflex accent. Choo, Pika, Pika, Pikachu. Circumflex accent. Now Ranma goes crazy every time he sees cats. Circumflex accent. Golduck. Duck. Circumflex accent. That single quote is terrible. Circumflex accent. Duck. Golduck. Duck. Circumflex accent. Is there any way we can help him? Circumflex accent. Pikachu. Pikachu. Pika, Pika, Chu. Circumflex accent. Usually he goes back to normal after I shot him, but he'll go crazy again whenever he sees a cat. Circumflex accent. Storm thought for a moment, then got an idea. He turned to Sabrina and began focusing his mental powers on her. Golduck. Sabrina looked at Ranma's Pokemon curiously as she began to get mental urges from the Golduck. She then approached the unconscious Ranma and looked down at Raiden. The electric rodent nodded to her. The telepathic gym leader knelt down and placed a hand on Ranma's forehead. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light as she began to read his mind. A few minutes later, she let off a cry of horror. "My God!" Sabrina gasped as she looked into the memories concerning Ranma's traumatic experience when he was 6. How could he do that to him? That. Sabrina couldn't even think of the words to describe Jean Masoto and swore that if she ever met him, she'd give him such a psychic beating that a lobotomy would seem mild in comparison. She then began to emit soothing psychic waves into Ranma's damaged mind, and soon the expression on his face was more blissful. After a few minutes, she finished with her ministrations and stood up. Ranma began to awaken as she walked back to Sam and Jeanette. "What was that all about?" Jeanette asked. Sabrina took a deep breath, then replied, "I just corrected a mistake that was inflicted on him by his father when he was young. Ranma will never have to be afraid of cats again." "Huh?" Sam and Jeanette said together. Some time later, Ranma waved goodbye to Sabrina as he and his companions walked toward the city limits. As they headed toward their next destination, the girls continued to pester Ranma for some answers. "Come on, Ranma. What was that all about?" Sam pleaded. "Why were you acting like a cat? And what did Sabrina mean when she said that she corrected the mistake that your father made?" Jeanette inquired. Ranma took a deep breath as he remembered back to his last private conversation with the Saffron City gym leader after he had awakened. Sabrina had to backtrack through all of his memories concerning his entire life, before discovering the part about the Nakoken. As a result, she knew all of his deepest secrets, including Juzenkyo. Thankfully, she had promised not to tell anyone about it. As for his fear of cats, Sabrina had used her mental abilities to block out the trigger, which caused him to revert into the cat fist. Ranma was now free of his phobia, in which he was very grateful. Come on, Ranma. Won't tell us anything? Sam said exasperatedly. Ranma sighed again as he decided that it was time that Sam and Jeanette knew a few things about him, if they were to continue to travel with him. He wasn't going to tell them everything, no, at least not now. Well, it all started when I was 6, and my father got a hold of some training manual, to be continued. Author's notes. Well, chapter 13 is done and Ranma is now on his way to get the soul badge from the Fasha gym. As for Ash Ketchum and the gang, they'll soon meet up with our cursed Pokemon trainer soon enough. Asterisk chapter 14 asterisk chapter 14, the soul badge fist of the Pikachu. Disclaimer, if you can't beat them, deny everything. Greater than, thoughts circumflex accent circumflex accent circumflex accent circumflex accent, Pokemon language translation asterisk asterisk, Pokedex responses chapter 14 the soul badge. Hello Ranma. It's been some time since you last called, Professor Oak said as he spoke into the vidphone. Hey Professor Oak. How are you doing? Ranma asked as he and Raiden were at a booth in a Pokemon Center on the road to the Fasha gym. Nearby, Sam and Jeanette were waiting on a bench as their Pokemon were having their checkups by Nurse Joyce. I'm doing fine Ranma. Oh by the way, I'd like you to meet someone. Say hello to my new lab assistant, Tracy. The Pokemon researcher gestured to the side and spoke to someone else. Tracy, I'd like you to meet the trainer I told you about, Ranma showed him. Another person came to the vidphone with an excited look on his face. Wow! So you're the trainer that defeated Prima. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, it's nice to meet with you too. Ranma was still not used to the publicity that he had gained since that time in Stone Town. So you're Professor Oak's new assistant? Yes. The boy with the headband answered. My name is Tracy Skekit and I'm also a Pokemon watcher. I've heard a lot about you and my friend Ash would love to meet with you. Really? Well maybe. Jeanette had told Ranma about her battle in the Indigo League and how her Bellsprout had been defeated by Ash's Mach. Professor Oak then took the phone from Tracy. Well Ranma, how are you doing with your Pokemon journey? Fine. Well I've been kinda drawing a lot of attention lately. Ranma replied with a bit of a sheepish voice. Ever since he arrived at the Pokemon Center, he had been approached by no more than 50 people who either wanted his autograph, asking about his techniques, or wanted to battle his Pokemon. Yes, I know, Professor Oak said with a smile. Your exploits have been making the news lately. The media had started to call you the Gym Destroyer. Gym Destroyer? Well, you and your Pokemon are quite powerful from what I've heard, and you've already gained a Boulder Badge, Thunder Badge, a Rising Sun Badge, Rainbow Badge, an Earth Badge and a Marsh Badge. Am I correct? How did you know I had those particular badges? Oh, I just looked up the Pokemon gyms that were not taking any more challengers until they were repaired. I found out that a certain trainer that traveled with a Pikachu with a headband had defeated each of those gym leaders. Their description of that trainer fit yours perfectly, and when they described some of the Pokemon attacks that were used, I knew it had to be you. I see. Ranma bent down and retrieved something from his backpack. It was a case that he had made to store his badges. He opened it up and displayed the contents to both Oak and Tracy. Very impressive, the professor remarked as he and his assistant looked at the proof to Ranma's achievements. I see that you're only one badge away from qualifying for the Indigo League. Wow! Tracy exclaimed as he saw the star-shaped badge on one end. A diamond story badge. Misty would love to have one of those. Pikachu, Raiden said with pride. Thanks. By the way, Professor, what did you mean when you said that I'm only one badge away from competing in the Indigo League? Ranma asked. I thought I needed 8. I only count 6 Indigo badges and 1 Orange League badge. Actually, Ranma, that Diamond Story badge also counts as one of the badges accepted by the Indigo League. Hulk explained. Prima was part of the Indigo League some 10 years ago before she moved to the Orange Islands. She's one of the top-ranking Pokemon trainers in the world, and her Diamond Story badge is good for both divisions. Cool, Ranma said as he put away his case. So where are you headed now? Hulk asked. Well, I guess I'll try my luck at the Fasha Gym, Ranma replied. Pika. So you are going for a soul badge? Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I certainly hope that the Fasha Gym will still be standing after the match. We'll try not to go overboard. Ranma laughed a bit nervously. Oh, I hope the gym leader's insurance is paid up on his gym greater than. Oh yes, before you leave, I have something for you. Professor Oak held up a device in front of the view screen. It resembled a cell phone, but Ranma recognized it as something else. Hey! Isn't that a Pokédex? The scientist nodded. Yes, it's the latest model, and it has been updated with the most recent discoveries and newest species of Pokemon. Do you still have your Pokédex? Sure, it's right here. Ranma held up his own Pokédex. Place it into the transporter beside you and I'll swap it for this new model. Don't worry though. All the data that you've gathered on your old Pokédex will be transferred to this new one, as well as stored into my computer back here. Alright, Professor. Here it comes. Ranma placed his old Pokédex into the transporter device. A moment later, the device disappeared and was instantly replaced by the new model. Ranma smiled as he picked it up and opened it. Hello. I am Dexter Mark II. I have been assigned to the OKMO and Trainer RNMASAODOME of Pallet Town. If I am lost or stolen, I cannot be replaced. The martial artist Pokemon trainer nodded as he put the Pokédex into his pocket. Thanks a lot, Professor Oak. No problem, Ranma. Good luck and call back soon. Thanks. Nice meeting with you too, Tracy. Ranma then hung up as motioned to his traveling companions. A few minutes later, they were on their way to the Fasha Gym. Some time later. Are you sure this is the way to the Fasha Gym? Ranma asked Jeanette as they both rode their rapidashes at an easy trot. Sam was riding behind Ranma on Wildfire as she had decided to give her hero a rest. Ranma was very uncomfortable having a very pretty girl with her arms wrapped around him. Sam was enjoying every minute of it, while Jeanette tried to fight down the jealousy she felt at seeing them so close to each other. They were currently traveling down a forest pathway. "Yes, this is way to go if you want to get a soul badge," Jeanette replied. "Who's the gym leader and what's your she like?" Ranma inquired. Sam answered his question before Jeanette could reply. "His name is Cody and I think he specializes in poison-type Pokemon, especially bug types." "Yes, but I bet you didn't know that he's also a martial artist," Jeanette said smugly. "Really?" Ranma became very interested. Pika. Raiden was also wondering if this Cody was any match for his master, though he seriously doubted it. Jeanette nodded. "Yes, his gym is also a training complex for ninjas. He's a good friend of my mother's and helped her set up the Crimson City Pokemon Gym and Dojo." "Well, that's interesting," Ranma remarked. "Hey, do you think that maybe I can get a match with him after I get the soul badge?" Jeanette thought for a moment, then shrugged. "Maybe. But don't think he'll be a pushover. It took me a while to get a soul badge from him. My Pokemon and I can handle it," Ranma said with confidence. "Pikachu," Raiden affirmed. Wildfire snorted in agreement. My, aren't we confident?" Sam teased. "Hey, it's not like I don't have a reason to be," Ranma said with a little more humble tone. "We've trained hard and we've done pretty well for ourselves so far. Since I train my Pokemon in the anything goes style, I kind of have an advantage over the other trainers. Speaking of which, I've never heard of a martial art called the anything goes," Jeanette said. Sam nodded. "Come to think of it, you really haven't told us much about it or yourself since that time in Saffron City. You've only told us about that crazy catfist training that your father put you through. I still can't believe it. Your father must be a complete moron." Ranma nodded. "No arguments here. Stupid old man didn't even read that second page." Jeanette nodded. "Whoever heard of training a 6-year-old boy by throwing him into a pit of starving cats with fish sausage? That's just plain nuts. I'm not surprised that you went berserk whenever you see a cat." She then decided to move to another topic. "So what other stupid training sessions did he put you through?" Ranma began to get nervous again. Ever since he told them about that experience, the girls had been pestering him to tell more about his life. "Well, I really don't want to talk about them. Some of the stuff was kind of extreme. That was one of the reasons why I was so hesitant to start training you girls. So come on, Ranma. I thought we were good friends now." Sam purposely leaned a little closer to Ranma's back. Jeanette frowned at Sam's bold move, and silently wished she thought of that. She then settled on exploiting on one of Ranma's few weaknesses. Motioning her Rapidash closer to Ranma's, She gave him her cutest bob and her eyes shined as if they were to shed tears. Please, Ranma. Good friends don't keep things from each other, right? Ranma became more uncomfortable. The girls were playing dirty and it was working, as he felt his resolve begin to waver. Well, please, both girls said in their most kawaii voices. Raiden sighed and breathed out a small mushroom puff. He knew that when it came to pretty girls and their feminine wiles, his master just couldn't say no, especially since he didn't like to see them cry. The Pikachu wondered if anyone else was as pathetic. Pika, I. Chu. Circumflex accent wildfire. Our master is a wuss when it comes to girls. Can anyone be as pathetic? Circumflex accent wildfire snorted in agreement. Somewhere out west. ACHO. Gesundheit Brock. Thanks, Misty. Someone must be talking about me. Back to our story. After a minute of the cute assault, Ranma finally caved in and said, Okay. So what exactly do you want to know about me? Everything. Jeanette replied. For starters, when did you start training in the martial arts and what exactly is the anything goes? Ranma took a deep breath and began telling his life story. Well, it all started when I was about 5. After an hour of writing, Ranma had given the girls the highlights of his travels during the 10-year training journey. Of course, he intended not to mention that he was from another Earth, or about his Jews and Kyokers. He wasn't sure how the girls would react to seeing his curse, and he had come to enjoy their company. It had been a long and lonely life with only a greedy and stupid father as a companion. The fact that he changed into a girl with cold water might cause the girls to be repulsed by him, despite the effect the water stone had on Jews and Kyo magic. However, even the abbreviated version of his life story was unbelievable in itself. What? You swam to China? Jeanette said in shock. You putting us on? Sam added. Ranma shook his head. No. Pop and I actually swam the entire distance between Japan and China. He said that his was part of the training. Ranma then took on Janma's solemn look and imitated his voice. Son, do not think of this as a hardship, but rather a blessing in disguise. A true martial artist must overcome all obstacles in his training to achieve higher enlightenment. Ranma then snorted in disgust. If you ask me, we swam to China because he was too cheap to buy plane tickets. Back on Ranma's world of origin. ACHO. Janma shook his head and wondered where that sudden sneeze came from. Then more important thoughts came to mind, such as how was he going to explain to Nodoka that he had lost their only child months ago. Also was the fact that he was currently being hunted by a band of very irate Chinese Amazons that was going to make a panda skin rug out of him if they ever caught him. It was just a little feast after all. Nothing to get excited about, right? However, those Amazons were nothing if not persistent. Janma thought that now would be a good time to leave China. But where would he go? Without his son, He dared not return home, especially due to a little contract he signed with his wife, with his head as collateral. So that left only soon. That's it. I'll go to Soon's. After I explain everything to him, I'm sure he'll help. Ungrateful boy had to go and run off like that. Just when we were about to go and fulfill the pledge to unite the schools. OH, what did I do to deserve a worthless son such as Ranma? Greater than the Pokemon world. ACHO. Bless you, Ranma. Sam said. Thanks. Where did that come from? Greater than. In any case, Pops had gotten me involved in a lot of stupid things and stuff over the last 10 years, and most of it I'm not really proud of. He got me involved in acts that I was too young to realize that were wrong. Ranma became quiet as he remembered all the acts of theft that Ranma had made him do when he was 6. He had thought of it as a game at the time, but when he grew older, he realized that he was breaking the law and resolved not to do them anymore. What kind of things? Jeanette asked. Ranma took a deep breath and sighed before going into detail. When he finished, both girls had horrified looks on their faces. What kind of father is he? He made you steal? That's terrible, Sam said aghast. Well, yeah it was, but I was too young to know any better at the time. Well, at least you realized it later and stopped, Jeanette remarked. Yeah, well that doesn't really make things any better. Now you can understand why I don't like talking about my life, Ranma stated, to which the girls nodded. In any case, the last straw came when we got to China. My old man didn't even bother to learn how to read or speak Chinese, when he came across a brochure about some training ground called Juzenkyo. Juzenkyo? Sam asked. Jeanette nodded and thought. I know a little Chinese. I think it means pools of sorrow. Ranma nodded. Yep, that's what it meant. Of course, Pops, being the idiot that he was, didn't even bother to find out why the place was called that. He dragged me all over China looking for it, before we finally came across a guide who knew where it was. Sam then thought about it. Let me get this straight. Your father took you to a foreign country without even knowing how to speak or read the language, nor learn anything about the place where you were going to train, all because he saw the name in a brochure. That's about it in a nutshell, Ranma replied. That is just plain stupid, Jeanette declared. Ranma nodded in agreement then bowed his head a bit in shame. Yeah, well I guess you could call me stupid for going along with him, now that I think about it. I mean, why didn't I try to learn to speak Chinese while we were there? I could have asked the guide about Juzenkyo before we got there. But no, I just dumbly followed my father's lead and Ranma sighed again. Sam and Jeanette looked at Ranma with a bit of surprise. This was a rare sight. Ranma was admitting to his mistakes and was acting with more humility. The martial artist and Pokemon trainer continued on. Well, Juzenkyo turned out to be more dangerous than we realized and, afterwards, I abandoned my father and went out on my own. A little while later, I met with Raiden and few months after that, I became a Pokemon trainer. The rest is, as they say, is history. So what happened at Kyo? Sam asked. I don't want to talk about it. Ranma replied. But, I said, I don't want to talk about it. Ranma replied more forcefully as he held his waterstone pendant and fingered it for a moment. The two girls looked into Ranma's eyes and their hearts melted when they saw the sadness in them. They decided not to press for any more questions until later. Well, the good thing is, that you did get away from your father, Sam said. Ranma became a bit more relaxed and smiled. Yeah. Going on my own was the best decision I ever made. Who knows what other bad things would have happened if I hadn't left him. Oh, knowing Pop, he probably would have gotten me involved in some kind of deal to feed his stomach and say it was my duty or obligation not greater than Ranma's earth. ACHLO. 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 Kasumi, Nebiki and Akan all wondered why they suddenly sneezed when their father had gotten a call from an old friend and wanted to discuss something about a matter of family honor. Pokemon World. As the sun began to set, the three decided to camp out for the night. As Ranma drove his Pokemon aside for some training, Jeanette and Sam were preparing dinner. An hour later, they went off to tell Ranma that it was time to eat. They stopped in their tracks as they came to another clearing to where Raiden, Bruiser, Razor and Sea-Storm were sparring against each other. Wildfire was off to another side. It was then that they saw the Rapidash suddenly rear up and then bring both front hooves down to the ground. The ground trembled as flames leapt out and burned their way toward a large, dead tree. The flames blazed twin trenches into the soil, then slammed into the tree, causing it to explode into embers. The two stared in amazement as Wildfire made joyfully at his accomplishment. Raiden and the other Pokemon stopped in their sparring and applauded. Raiden then caught sight of the girls and waved to them. Pikachu. Both girls glanced to the Pikachu and were brought out of their momentary shock. Jeanette nodded to the electric rodent and asked, Raiden, it's time to eat. Where's Ranma? Pika. The Pokemon wandered to another clearing some 50 meters away. Sam and Jeanette nodded and headed over there. The Pokemon all went back to the campsite. When they got to the other clearing, they saw Wind Rider perched in a tree nearby, and Ranma standing in the middle of a large, crudely drawn spiral that he had made with a stick. Hey Ranma, it's time to eat. Sam called out as she and Jeanette approached him. Be right there. Ranma called back as he continued to stare at the spiral he had drawn. What are you doing? Jeanette asked. Ranma continued to stare at the spiral. I'm trying to figure out how to do Wind Rider's whirlwind attack. I thought you already knew how to do that, Sam asked. Not really. My wind cannon and hurricane gust is based more on his gust attack. They can only shoot off one direction. Think of how cool it would be to take out multiple targets if I was surrounded or something, right? I get it. Well, can't it wait until after dinner? We're all starving. Jeanette asked. I suppose. I'm not in any hurry, Ranma said, as he motioned for his Pidgeotto to follow them back to camp. By the way, we saw your Rapidash blow up a tree from 20 meters away. It looked like a fissure attack, but it had flames, Sam said. Oh. Well, that was Wildfire's new Firewave Fissure attack. Firewave Fissure? Both girls repeated. Yeah, I figured that Wildfire needed a ranged attack, so I combined a ground attack with his flames. Since he already knew how to stomp, it was just a matter of revising it. Cool. Do you think my Rapidash can learn that? Jeanette asked. We'll see, Ranma said as he looked over his shoulder at the spiral he had drawn. He then shrugged and thought, I do want to know how to duplicate the process in which Wind Rider can make those tornadoes. Bet I'm the only one who ever thought about creating this kind of technique! Greater than not quite, for in the Amazon village on Ranma's world of origin, ACHO, Cologne had wondered why she had suddenly sneezed when she contemplated teaching her great-granddaughter how to do the Hirishotenfa. And I believe I had run that sneeze keg into the ground now a few days later. Well, this is it, Jeanette said as they came across a huge, Japanese-style complex, with the dojo located in back. So where do we go? Ranma asked. Jeanette pointed to the open gate and gestured for her friends to follow. She then stopped as she saw something standing at the end of the entrance hall. Ranma moved forward and saw that it was a Pokemon. It looked like an oversized ball of purple fuzz with feet, antennae, and large red eyes like an insect's. *VNO80, a psychic bug DOKMON. It uses its large eyes like radar to see in the dark. Its attacks include Psybeam, and various spores. *VNO. Matt. Cool. Ranma commented as he put away his Pokedex. Jeanette nodded as she said, as we said before, Koga's gym specializes in poison-type Pokemon. From here on in, you'll have to follow the non-map there. Ranma glanced at the Pokemon, then looked back at Jeanette in confusion. The girl smiled as she crossed her arms and shrugged. That's the way I had to do it. Good luck. Ranma gave his companion a suspicious look, then decided not to follow her instructions, since she was here before. He and Raiden stepped forward toward the non-map, which in turn, turned around and bolted behind a corner. Hey! Wait up, Pikachu! As Ranma disappeared around the corner, Jeanette held up a hand to her mouth and giggled a bit. Sam frowned at her companion. Okay, Jeanette, what's going on? Why? Whatever do you mean? Jeanette replied with mock innocence. Come on, spill it, Sam demanded. Jeanette shrugged as she leaned forward and cupped a hand to her ear and listened. A moment later, she smiled as she heard a loud noise. THUNK. OW. Jeanette stifled a small laugh. Sounds like Ranma had just run into one of the transparent walls. What? Jeanette's smile became even more mischievous as they heard another sound. Thump. Yow. That must have been the collapsible wall that leads to the edge of the cliff. What? FFFFT. THOK. 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 Well, I guess he just met up with IA. Who? It was then that they heard Ranma shout out. Who the heck are you? Jeanette motioned to Sam to follow as she pushed at a side wall, revealing a hidden passageway. Come on. We better get in there and stop them before Ranma beats IA senseless. At the Pokemon Gym. Born in darkness, living in darkness. Such is the fate of the ninja. I am IA, Ninja Warrior. Ranma was already in a defensive stance with Raiden also prepared at his feet. Behind him were 8 shurikens that were embedded into the wall. When the Pokemon trainer and martial artist had followed Vanilla into the mansion, he had a sneaky suspicion that he was walking into some kind of setup. His suspicions were confirmed after running into a transparent wall, then almost falling over the cliffside when a part of the outer wall fell away. No sooner had he gotten back on his feet and started chasing after Vanilla again, he had found himself inside a large training area and a barrage of throwing stars were hurled at him. Unlike Ash Ketchum, Ranma's skills easily allowed him to dodge them. He made a neat flip forward before ending up in his battle stance. He found himself facing off against a green-haired girl of 16 or so who was crouched before him. Her hair was done up in a kind of top-knot ponytail, and she was wearing an electric pink outfit that Ranma recognized as belonging to that of the female ninja, or kunoi. Although, he thought that the color was a bit loud and that her skirt a bit short, too short as he found himself staring at her long legs. He shook his head and focused on her face. A very attractive face at that with lively eyes and that cute nose and, looking downward, he noted that she had ample. What am I thinking ? Exclamation point greater than Ranma shook his head again. Being with 2 attractive girls all the time and without his father made him become more aware of female attributes. I smiled as she stood up and said, "You dodged my little star treatment. I'm impressed. You're as good a fighter as I've heard." Ranma showed him. This caught Ranma's attention. "Hey, how do you know my name?" It was then that another panel opened up and Sam and Jeanette emerged from it. Jeanette smiled at Ranma, then bowed respectfully to IA. "It's good to see you, IA." IA smiled as she too bowed to her, then went over to give her a hug. Ranma then got a bit steamed as he realized what had happened. "Wait a minute. You guys know each other?" This was a setup. Both girls gently laughed before Jeanette addressed him. "I'm sorry, Ranma, but when I called my mother last week, she had informed me that she had spoken with IA and Kobe and told them all about you. This was all just a bit of a test. You remember back when you challenged my mother and that you had to defeat not only Bruiser, but also me? Well, the Fasha Gym is also like that. They test both the Pokemon and their trainers." I nodded as her banana came up to stand beside her. She bent down to pet it. "This is a training camp after all. And unlike the last challenger, you didn't let your guard down. I'd be honored to have a Pokemon battle with you." Ranma was still a bit miffed at being manipulated, but then smiled as a Pokemon battle would be a perfect way to get back at her. Okay, why not? I accept your challenge. As the two faced off in the dojo, I smirked. She knew about Ranma's Pokemon and how he battled from all the news media about him and what Jeanette's mother had told her. However, she had her own strategy as she said to Ranma, one Pokemon for each of us. Choose yours now. Ranma nodded. He realized that she was making him make the first choice. In the past, he had always let his opponent make the first choice of Pokemon, so he would choose a Pokemon that could defeat it. Now he would have to go first. He looked down at Raiden with a questioning expression. The electric rodent nodded his assent to let another Pokemon go. Ranma had gotten predictable by using Raiden all the time. Since the Fascia Gym specializes in bug types and that Venonat was standing beside IA. Alright, let's go. Sea Storm. Golduck. The evolved form of Psyduck appeared in front of them. IA nodded as she saw Sea Storm. Ah, a water type. Excellent against bug types, but I select Electrode. Ranma winced as he saw the Pokemon appear. He then looked at Jeanette, who was standing on the sidelines with Sven. Sorry, I forgot to mention. Koga's gym may specialize in bug and poison types, but they also have a lot of Voltorbs and Electrodes. Ranma took out his Pokedex. Asterisk Electrode, the Bomball Pokemon. This Pokemon is the evolved form of Voltorb and like Voltorb, is often mistaken for Pokeballs. They are of the electric type and their strongest attack is Explosion. Asterisk Oh. Ranma said as the Electrode began powering up. Electrode. Thunderbolt. I commanded. Electrode. Sea Storm, however, wasn't going to just stand there and get hit. The Golduck swerved to the left to dodge the attack, then did a neat flip to launch himself toward his opponent in a flying kick. The kick connected and Electrode was sent back several feet. However, impacting against its charged surface caused Sea Storm to yelp as several hundred volts were conducted into him. The Golduck went sprawling. I smirked. I see that you have taught your Golduck well in the martial arts. However, it is still at a disadvantage against an electric type. Ranma smiled a bit. Just makes it more challenging, doesn't it? And don't count Sea Storm out, just because he's a water type. It was at this point that Sea Storm got back to his feet and took another stance. Sea Storm. Key Blast. Golduck. To IA's amazement, the Golduck cupped its hands and then launched a blue bolt of energy at her Electrode, blasting it back a few more feet. The Pokemon became stunned at the unexpected attack and was reeling. It wobbled unsteadily and that was all Sea Storm needed. He engaged his disable attack, which caused Electrode to be frozen on the spot. Then using his confusion attack, he sent the bald Pokemon bouncing like a ball. After 10 successive slams, Sea Storm charged forward and delivered several punches and kicks. Since Electrode was dazed from the confusion attack, it didn't have time to power up its electrical field. After kicking it back like a soccer ball, Seastorm took a stance and looked back at his master. Ranma nodded as he decided to finish Electrode off. Seastorm. Psychically as you am. The Golduck began powering up his ki and psychic energies as his battle aura flared. Jeanette and Sam knew where this was going. Ranma's Pokemon was about to trash the gym before facing the gym leader. As always, Ranma and his Pokemon tended to go overboard when in battle. I was amazed at the power that radiated from Ranma's Golduck. Despite the advantage that electric types had over water Pokemon, it was clear that Ranma's Pokemon had a far higher level and that there was no way Electrode could withstand an attack as intense as this one. Apparently, Ranma's Pokemon weren't very concerned with the normal rules of Pokemon combat. Stop! Golduck stopped powering up as Ranma looked around at the sound of the voice. When a Voltorb dropped from out of nowhere and exploded, the entire room was filled with thick clouds of smoke. It was that moment that a shadowy figure appeared and stood beside IA. When the dust cleared, Ranma saw the owner of the voice, Koga, of the Fasha Gym. Ranma motioned for Seastorm to join him and Raiden as he addressed the newcomer. Koga, I presume. Koga nodded as he turned to IA. Once again, you had underestimated your opponent, IA. Recall your Electrode. This battle is over and I declare your opponent to be the victor. But honored brother, I had not yet lost. And do you think your Electrode could have beaten that Golduck's attack, especially in its condition? He gestured to the Electrode, who was still seeing stars. I became silent as she thought about it. She then nodded and reluctantly recalled her Pokemon. She then bowed to Ranma. Thank you for the match. Ranma nodded in return and focused his attention on her brother. He could tell that Koga was a martial artist by the way he stood. Koga had dark hair in a spiky style and wore a red sash around his waist. He was dressed in a full-body, ninja outfit. I was very impressed by your Golduck's mental and ki control. Koga stated. You have trained it well. Ranma smiled at the compliment as he held up a hand. Yeah, well I'd like to think so. He then made a small ball of blue energy appear above the palm. Raiden nodded to Seastorm as they both powered up their battle auras in demonstration. In any case, I think you know why I'm here. Indeed. Koga held out a scroll and let it roll down, revealing a heart-shaped badge attached to it. You wish for this soul badge. However, I will not be so easy to defeat. I wouldn't have it any other way. Ranma responded as he motioned for Raiden to step forward. Let's battle. Koga nodded as he held up a hand. Would you mind if we battled outside? I would prefer to keep my training area intact. Ranma winced again and then gave a nervous laugh. Oh, I guess you heard about those other gyms that I destroyed. Oh yes, I've heard a lot about the Gym Destroyer. Ranma could only scratch the back of his head as a huge sweat drop appeared. He laughed nervously some more as he realized how close the NC storm had come to destroying the gym. Meanwhile, on the outside of the gym, several shadowy figures were speaking to a portable communicator as Giovanni gave his instructions. Now listen up. 13 Team Rocket members are now in jail because of that trainer, Ranma showed him. I am getting very annoyed at all these bunglers and failures. Do not worry. We shall not fail. One of them said. Unlike those fools, we know only of success. The second one said. Besides, we have a score to settle with the gym leader. Giovanni nodded. Remember, I want either the trainer, his Pokemon or both brought back to the headquarters, as well as any other Pokemon you can get from the Fasha gym. Hi! The group acknowledged. On the outside of the training area, Ranma faced off against his opponent Koga. Raiden stood beside his master, waiting for the order to step in if needed. We shall have a 3-on-3 battle, young man, Koga announced as he took out his first Pokeball. A different Pokemon for each round and you'll all go first each time. As the gym leader, Koga had the right to set up the parameters of the Pokemon challenge. Sounds good to me, Ranma said. On the sidelines, Jeanette, Sam, Vanana and I stood by to watch. This is going to be messy, Sam commented. Ranma's Pokemon is going to cream Koga's. Don't be too sure, I remarked. My brother has been studying Ranma's exploits and he's been preparing for him. Ranma may have beaten my Electrode, but he's going to have his hands full. Choose your first Pokemon, Koga said. Alright. Let's go, Wind Rider. Ranma tossed out the Pokeball and his Pidgeotto emerged. Big you. Koga nodded as he took out his Pokeball. I shall begin with Venomoth. Sam gasped. Venomoth doesn't stand a chance against Ranma's Pidgeotto. I looked over to Sam and asked, why do you say that? Venomoth's spore attacks have beaten normal bird types before. She remembered back to when Ash Ketchum had tried to use his Pidgeotto. Yeah, but Wind Rider is anything but normal. It was then that Ranma gave the order to attack. Wind Cannon. With a single flap of his wings, Ranma's Pidgeotto launched a blast of compressed air at the moth Pokemon. Now usually, Venomoth would have been slammed into the wall of the gym, but since they were outside, the bug Pokemon simply rode out the attack and then gained altitude. It was soon flying above its opponent. Koga laughed a bit. Now you can see another reason why I wanted us to fight outside, showed him. Venomoth has far more room to fight and I have been training it to be maneuverable. He then looked up at his Venomoth. VMOMODH. Stun Spore. Venomoth. The winged bug Pokemon let loose with a huge cloud of spores that blanketed the area above where Wind Rider was flying. Not that exclamation point greater than Ranma thought. He was going up against an opponent that used strategy. Wind Rider, Cyclone Spin Blast off. Wind Rider closed in his wings and focused his ki. The bird then shot forward, spinning like a drill and pulling the descending cloud behind in his jet wash. The bird then suddenly shot straight up like a rocket, then made a tight loop in the air above where Venomoth was hovering. The spores blanketed the bug Pokemon and caused it to become shaky in flight, making it difficult to stay aloft. Now, quick attack. Anything goes style. Pikachu. Koga watched in astonishment as Wind Rider began darting back and forth at Venomoth, delivering dozens of fast, high-impact strikes with the head, wings, talons and body. Ranma had modified the basic mid-air combat techniques of the Anything Goes to suit Wind Rider's quick attack. Now instead of a simple fast charge, the Pidgeotto could let loose with a series of rapid-fire strikes with each pass. When Wind Rider made the last pass, Venomoth was out cold and plummeted to the ground. Ranma gestured to his bird, which dived down after the bug Pokemon and caught it before it could hit the ground. Ranma smiled as he watched his Pokemon set Koga's gently down in front of him, before flying back to land at his master's side. Sam gave a smug look to IA. See? I told you. Koga was impressed. No, he was absolutely awestruck as he recalled his Pokemon. He looked up to Ranma and nodded. Magnificent. That was a very impressive display. The gym leader had thought that Ranma's Pokemon would use its wind attacks, not physically overpower his Venomoth. Thanks. Ranma replied. Shall we get on with it? He took out another Pokeball and tossed it. Razor. Go. Ranma's Sandslash appeared. Koga nodded. You have trained your Pokemon exceptionally well. But, you will find this one to be much more of a challenge. I select Golbat. Golbat. Asterisk Golbat, the evolved form of Zubat. Attacking with its sharp fangs, this Pokemon can drain 300 cubic centimeters of blood per bite. Its strongest attack is Mega Drain. Asterisk IA nodded. Now my brother has the advantage. The Sandslash is very weak against air opponents. Don't be too sure. Jeanette remarked. Ranma usually finds a way to overcome the weaknesses of his Pokemon. Golbat. Screech attack. The bad Pokemon let loose with a horrid screech. Razor was quite put off by the sound. Everyone held his or her ears as the sound made their ears ring. Everyone except Koga, who stood by calmly, unaffected by the sound. Dig down, Razor. Ranma called out. Slash. The Sandslash dived underground to escape the noise. As soon as the Golbat saw that its opponent was gone, it stopped screeching and searched for any sign of the mouse. The ground trembled as the Sandslash burrowed deep. Then, just below where Golbat was hovering, Razor suddenly burst out from the ground and knocked the bat upward with a skull bash. Anything goes, Razor. While still in midair, Razor began the showdown specialty of the Anything Goes. However, being slower than Raiden, plus the fact that Koga's Pokemon was a flying type, the Sandslash found out that mid-air combat was not as effective. Golbat dodged the first strike, then hit back with its feet, connecting with Razor's head. A double swipe with its wings sent Razor flying back to the ground. Razor. Ranma cried out as he saw his Pokemon land hard on his back. Koga then called out, "Now! Wing attack!" The bat made several darting passes at the Sandslash and scored a few hits. Though they weren't much against Razor's tough hide, they did keep him from launching any attacks. Then as the Golbat made another pass, Koga called for its strongest attack, Mega Drain. The Golbat opened up its mouth and latched onto Razor's unprotected neck. The two began to glow as Golbat began sucking away Razor's energy like a leech seed. However, Razor wasn't going to go down without a fight and used one of his paws to slap away the Golbat. Golbat flapped away but was feistier than ever from the energy it had taken from Razor. Razor woozily got to his feet and took a shaky stance, more than ready to continue. Ranma, however, knew that Razor was in no shape to fight. "No, Razor, that's enough. You did your best, so come on back." Slash! Razor shook his head. He wanted to get back at that flying vampire. Ranma sighed as he held up Razor's Pokeball and pleaded with him. "Please, Razor. I don't want to see you hurt anymore. Please, return." Razor looked at his master's sad expression and then reluctantly nodded. Ranma activated the recall mechanism and the Sandslash was recalled. Koga nodded as he said, "Your Pokemon has a great fighting spirit. It is a true warrior, but you were wise to recall your Sandslash. This round goes to me." Ranma nodded, respecting his opponent. "I have to admit, that Golbat was good and it has shown me that Razor needs a bit more practice with dealing with their opponents." Koga agreed. "Yes, I had seen on the news of how your Pokemon were proficient in aerial attacks and decided that the best way to defeat that anything-goes attack was to train my flying Pokemon in mid-air attacks as well. Yeah, I noticed your Golbat's kicking and wing strikes. This is getting to be some match. And now, it is time for our final round." Koga held up his third Pokeball. Ranma nodded. Koga had planned for this badge challenge in advance. By using different Pokemon per round, Ranma would always be facing off against a fresh Pokemon each time and wouldn't be able to decide which to battle Koga's, since he had to go first. On the sidelines, Sam and Jeanette were on edge. Ranma and Koga were tied at 1 round each and this fight would decide the winner. After witnessing Ranma lose the second round, they began to worry. Koga was certainly using good strategy. This last fight could go either way. Which is it going to be, Ranma, Raiden, or someone else? ? Greater than Ranma pondered for a moment, then he looked down at Raiden. The electric mouse nodded up to him with an expression that told Ranma that he would respect any decision he made. Ranma thought for a few moments more, then realized that he had been using Raiden a lot and that would have made him predictable. Koga would have probably prepared for a fight against Raiden, so go. Bruiser. Knock-up. Koga nodded. An excellent choice. But let us see if you can stand up to mine. I choose Hitmonlee. Ranma blanched as he saw Koga's choice. Then again, It made sense that Koga would have a fighting-type Pokemon as well. Asterisk Hitmonlee, also known as the Kicking Fiend. Its powerful legs can reduce boulders to gravel and can deliver extremely fast kicks. Asterisk Ranma's eyes narrowed. This one was a lot faster than the Hitmonchan Bruiser had faced off a while ago, and he could tell that this Pokemon had also done some serious training. He took a deep breath. He was committed and hoped that Bruiser's training had raised his level high enough. Bruiser, Mega Punch, Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee suddenly let loose with a barrage of kicks that were almost too fast for the eyes to track. The Macarp's Mega Punch was faster than normal, but not fast enough. Ranma winced as Bruiser took several hits to the side, but the Macarp hung in until he spotted an opening. Grabbing the leg as it was extended, Bruiser began swinging around his opponent into a seismic toss. Slamming Hitmonlee to the ground, the Macarp then charged up for another Mega Punch. When Hitmonlee sprang back up, Bruiser swung forward. Hitmonlee raised a leg to counter the punch, then crouched down and applied a leg sweep. Ranma's Macarp went down, but rolled out of the way as Hitmonlee tried a stomp attack. This was followed by another barrage of near-supersonic kicks. Bruiser was knocked back, but remained on his feet. Mokodakdisha. Bruiser began focusing his ki and then launched a blast at Hitmonlee. However, the kicking Pokemon was faster and used its powerful legs to launch itself high into the air to avoid the attack. Bruiser leapt up after it. Hitmonlee reared back a foot and waited for the last possible moment before releasing a devastating reverse spin kick at Bruiser's head. The kick connected, but the Macarp grasped the foot as it touched his face and smiled evilly. "Macarp. All right," Ranma exclaimed. Bruiser had tricked Hitmonlee into extending itself, and now the Macarp had one of the Kicking Fiend's legs in a bind. Anything goes. Macarp pulled Hitmonlee forward and began landing punches and kicks on his stunned opponent, then finished it off by putting it into a seismic toss. The kicking Pokemon was slammed back down into the ground and Bruiser added the final touch. Chop. A blue ki blast fired down and impacted heavily onto Hitmonlee. There was a huge cloud of dust that formed around the downed Pokemon. When the dust settled down as Macarp landed, Hitmonlee was in no condition to battle. Hit. Monday. Lee. Machop. Bruiser raised an arm in triumph as Ranma and his group cheered. It had been a spectacular match. Koga nodded as he recalled Hitmonlee, then approached Ranma. "You have defeated me. Your reputation as a skilled trainer has been acknowledged and I am pleased to give you this." Koga held out the scroll and unrolled it, revealing the soul badge. Ranma smiled as he took it and said, "You were a good opponent and that was a great match." "Yes, but it seems all my preparations wasn't enough." He then gestured to his Pokemon. "Young man, would consider trading any of your Pokemon?" I also walked up to them with Sam and Jeanette behind her. "I would gladly trade for some of them as well." She also gave Ranma an appraising look, much to the dismay of Sam and Jeanette. Ranma smiled as he shook his head. Sorry, but I wouldn't trade my best friends for anything. Right, guys? Ranma looked at Raven, Wind Rider and Bruiser. Pikachu. Pikachu. Emma. Chop. Is anything wrong, Bruiser? That was when Bruiser began to glow. Oh. Looks like that last battle was intense enough. Bruiser's evolving. Jeanette exclaimed. The small humanoid Pokemon began to grow in size and gained a lot more muscle mass. The arms and legs became longer as the body became robust and well-defined. When the light faded, Bruiser was now taller and looked like a bodybuilder, but was a bit leaner, due to its martial arts training. Bruiser's a Machoke, Sam said. M-A-C-H-O-K-E. Ranma took out his Pokedex. *M-A-C-H-O-K-E, the evolved form of M-A-C-H-O-P. It possesses greater strength and can lift over 10 tons. Because of its increased power, it usually requires a power belt to keep its strength under control. It is also known to be more vain than M-A-C-H-O-P. This was apparent as Ranma's Machoke struck a pose and flexed his biceps. Ranma smiled as he put away his Pokedex. Don't let it go to your head, Bruiser, just because you've evolved. He then held up a hand, which glowed with ki. The Machoke then stared at his trainer for a minute, as if comparing his new power to Ranma's. He then nodded as he still respected Ranma as his sensei and relaxed. Ranma nodded as he held up a Pokeball. We'll see about getting you a power belt or train to have you control that new strength later. Good job anyway. Return. It was then that everyone heard laughter and a smoke bomb was thrown. A huge net with weights on the edges came down on top of them. Ranma felt himself sticking to the net and realized that it was coated with some kind of adhesive. He then saw 4 shadowy figures appear from the clouds, dressed in ninja outfits, with letter R's printed on one side of their chests. Oh no! Who the hell are these guys? ? Greater than you knew this was coming. To blanket the world in darkness and devastation. To subject the people to ninja occupation. To make the world tremble of the Shadow 4. To take revenge on Cody and even the score. Leonardo. Donatello. Raphael. Michelangelo. Team Rocket Ninja. Tremble and fear us on sight. Surrender now, for you cannot win the fight. And if you resist, we shall extinguish your light. For you cannot withstand the Shadow 4's might. Okay, I admit it. This has got to be one of the lamest Team Rockets that I could come up with. Ranma moaned as he saw these people. Cody became very displeased when he saw them. He stood up and addressed the leader. I had not expected to see the 4 of you again. Why have you returned? Ranma turned to speak to Koga. You know these morons? Indeed. They were all former disciples of mine, until I caught them stealing and selling the gym's Pokemon and family treasures. I had cast them out of this gym and had them arrested. You 4 are not welcome here. Ha! Leonardo sneered as he held up a twin pair of katanas. We have joined Team Rocket now and you are in no position to stop us from taking what we want. Michelangelo nodded as he swung around a pair of nunchakus. Our new master wishes for us to bring in your opponent, Ranma and his Pokemon, as well as all of yours, Koga. I'm sure that he will be pleased when we bring in a new Makook. Raphael stated as he produced a pair of sais. And there is nothing that you can do about it. Donatello said as he swung a bow staff. Oh really? Ranma said as he tapped the side of his belt of Pokeballs. Go see Storm. He then tossed the Pokeball through the gaps of the net. Golduck. Sea Storm formed outside of the net and launched a disable attack, paralyzing the four ninjas. He then turned around and assessed the situation. Use your ice beam to freeze the net. Ranma commanded. Golduck. A light blast of cold energy was applied and caused the net to become brittle. Ranma and the others easily broke out as it shattered apart. The waterfowl then turned to finish off the ninjas, but Ranma placed a hand on his shoulder. Turn off your disable attack. Ranma said as he cracked his knuckles. I feel like kicking some Team Rocket butts. The Golduck did as he was told and no sooner could the ninjas move. Wham! Crunch! WHAP! OW! Slam! POW! Ooh! KPOW! Kick! Yow! OWIE! We give! What? KBOM! Whack! POW! Wham! Crash! Boom! Slap! Crack! YOWZA! Mangle! Whoa! Koga, Sam and Jeanette all had huge sweat drops on their heads as they watched the carnage. Brother? Yes I'm not so certain which is more dangerous, Ranma's Pokemon or their trainer. Sometime later, Ranma shook Koga's hand as he and his companions were preparing to leave for their next destination. It was an honor meeting with you, Ranma showed him. Koga said, thanks. And Team Rocket? Ranma asked. Do not worry. I have already called Officer Jenny to pick them up. What's left of them? An island, okay. Well, it was great going up against your Pokemon and maybe we'll have that match between us, eh? I shall be looking forward to it. In any case, I believe that it is time that you are on your way. So where will you be going? I don't know. Ranma replied as he absently stroked his Pikachu's ears. Raiden was perched on his shoulder. I've got the required 8 badges for the Indigo League, but since it won't start until next year, I don't have any idea of where to go from here. It was then that IA appeared with a carrying bag and said, why not head out west? West? Yes. That is where all the newest Pokemon discoveries have been made and that is also where they are holding the Johto League. Really? Why not? Sounds like a good place as any to go to. It was then that Ranma noticed the bag she was carrying. What's with the luggage? Otis, I've decided to go to the Johto League as well, and since you're going, I guess that makes us traveling companions, right? She gave him a playful wink. I'm sure that I can learn a lot from you. A marvelous idea. Colby affirmed. I'm certain that you'll be good company for my sister. What? Sam and Jeanette gasped. They then gave the ninja girl angry, jealous glares. You can't just invite yourself along with us, Sam said angrily. That's right, Jeanette agreed. Sure, I was a friend, but Ranma was hers. Well, I don't. It's your decision to make, is it? I said. I don't think Ranma would mind, would you? She gave him a very cute look and sided up to him. Raiden gave another sigh as he saw Ranma beginning to falter to his weakness. Pikachu. Circumflex accent, here we go again. Circumflex accent later. Ranma walked up the pathway of a hill that overlooked a meadow and stopped when he reached the top. A few meters behind him, Sam, Jeanette and I were ignoring each other as walked toward where Ranma was. The martial artist took in a deep breath as he watched sun dip toward the horizon. Johto League. Here we come. Pikachu. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! That was a long one. In any case, the long-awaited encounter between Ranma and Ash draws near as Ranma heads out to compete in the Johto League. The following are scenes for the next chapter. Scene I. Oh no. My water stone is broken. Scene I. Ranma, is that you? Scene I. Hi there. My name's is Brock and I just wondering if. Wham. Scene I. Pikachu versus Raiden. Asterisk Chapter 15 Asterisk Chapter 15, Part 1, Ranma, is that you? Fist of the Pikachu. Disclaimer, don't blame me. I'm just a cute little fanfic writer. Thoughts asterisk Pokedex responses circumflex accent Pokemon language. Lyrics Ranma-chan. Ranma is a girl. The Johto Journey's logo is shown as we begin Ranma's Johto journey. It's a whole new world we live in. Pokemon Johto. We now see Ranma racing across the landscape on his Rapidash. Everybody wants to be a master. Flash to Raiden, who is riding on Ranma's shoulder. Everybody wants to show their skill. Cut to Jeanette, who is riding her own Rapidash as she winks. Everybody wants to get there faster. Cut to Sam and Diane, who are riding her Firo from above. Make their way to the top of the hill. We now see Wildfire leaping across a canyon while Wind Rider soars above. Each time you try, gonna get a little bit faster. Razor goes into a spinning attack as Sea Storm lets loose with his water cannon. Each step you climb, one more step up the ladder. The scene now changes to Ranma as he gets splashed and changes into Ranma-chan as Raiden giggles slightly at his master's irritation. It's a whole new world we live in. Bruiser pops up and winks as he gives a thumbs up. It's a whole new way to see. We now see a close-up of the three girls with Brock in the background looking at them with his usual lovesick expression. It's a whole new world, with a brand new attitude. We now see Ranma and Ash facing each other off as Raiden and Pikachu prepare to battle. But you still gotta catch them all, to be the best that you can be. It's a whole new world we live in. Ranma-chan is now stomping on a lovesick Brock and telling him to get lost. But you still gotta catch them all, to be the best that you can be. Raiden and Pikachu leap at each other, preparing to let loose with thunder shocks. Pokemon Johto. Chapter 15 Part 1 Ranma, is that you? Ranma. Wait up. Jeanette called as she urged her Rapidash to go faster. Though her own flame horse could do better than 150 mph, that was considered less than cruising speed for a wildfire. Most Rapidashes were good for the short fast sprint, but Ranma's could maintain a velocity of 250 mph over 2 hours before tiring appreciably. If he really wanted to, Wildfire could kick it up to 310 mph for a few minutes and outstrip Jeanette's Rapidash. However, the evolved form of the Ponyta that the martial artist had rescued was just zipping along at 175 for a while, as they were on their way to the Johto League. High above them, Sam's Zero was swinging along with its 2 passengers, its trainer and Koga's sister IA. It had been a relatively quiet week since the 4 of them had set off. Quiet in the sense that no major fights had broken out between the 3 attractive girls since they had visited New Bark Town to register. Flashback, a week ago. Yes, Nurse Joy. I'm here to register for the Johto League. Ranma said as he handed her his Pokédex. Good. The Pokemon caregiver said as she took the device, along with the other Pokédexes, which belonged to Ranma's traveling companions, IA and Jeanette. Sam was already a gym leader and was qualified to enter without needing 8 Johto badges. One by one, their Pokédexes were inserted into a computer console with Ranma's being the last. When the screen flashed his picture on the monitor, it read out loud that Ranma's registration was complete. Nurse Joy handed back the group their Pokédexes and told them that the first gym badge was in Violet City. The gang then sat down and waited for their Pokemon to return from their checkups. So Ranma, tell me more about yourself. IA asked. Ranma took a deep breath as he absently stroked his Pikachu's ears. Well, there isn't much more I can tell you. I had been asking questions non-stop since she had joined him on his Pokemon journey. Of course, this diverted his attention from the other girls, which didn't sit well with them. Oh, come on now, a talented trainer like you with nothing else to say. I teased as she continued to prod Ranma with more questions. Ranma became even more nervous as Raiden sighed. Pika, by circumflex accent my trainer still needs to be trained about girls. Circumflex accent end of flashback. As of now, the 4 were on their way to defeat the gym leader of Violet City. Unlike most trainers, who have to walk on foot, with their modes of transportation, Ranma and his companions made good time and reached the outskirts of the city in less than a week. During that time, they continued on with their training. As a proficient ninja, I took to the anything goes like a fish to water, though training with Pokemon was something to get used to. Flashback. WHUMP. OW. I winced as she rubbed her sore bottom. She sat up and glanced at her sparring partner, who apologized by bowing to her. Pikachu. I fought a Pikachu won by either electric or speed attacks. First time I ever went up against an electric rodent that used Aikido. I stood up and returned the bow to her partner. Ranma shrugged. Well, I did warn you that training with me is a bit different from what you're used to. Training Pokemon is one thing, but training with the Pokemon not only strengthens the Pokemon, but also the trainer. And I think that if you're willing to go through the same training as your Pokemon go through, then there will be more trust between them and you. Not a bad idea, I admitted as she gave Raiden a smile. Jeanette nodded as Sam also agreed. That's right. Ranma has not only been training us in his fighting style, but he's also taken on our Pokemon as well. We've even sparred with Raiden there. Don't remind me. Jeanette winced. I've still got the bruises to prove it. And I thought teaching my Bellsprout how to use Aikido was hard. Raiden showed me a few tricks that even I never knew. Well, in any case, we should be in Violet City by tomorrow. Ranma said to change the subject. Do any of you know about the gym leader there? Well, I've heard that he's big lover of bird Pokemon. Sam said. I've also heard that he's made some interesting attacks to compensate for his Pokemon's weaknesses. In a way, he's kind of like you. He's always making up new kinds of tactics to catch his opponents off guard. HMM. Ranma thought about it for a moment. He was always on the lookout for new challenges, and this next gym leader may be just the one to give him a good battle. Later that night, the three girls were eating their dinners and preparing for sleep as Ranma was training nearby with his Pokemon, getting set to go up against the gym leader. As they sat and ate, they discussed about the only meal in their little group. So that's how I met Ranma. Sam said as she finished telling the others about her first encounter with Ranma. Jeanette and I had already told each other of their meetings with him. He really made an impression, eh? Jeanette said while giving her traveling companions a teasing smile. I'll say. Oh, despite being with him all this time, I still don't know much about him. Sam admitted. He doesn't really talk much about himself, does he? I commented. Like the other girls, she only knew of the basics of Ranma's training and life. He had purposely left out certain details, such as the fact that he was from another world and of course his little problem with Jews and Kyo. I was quite skeptical when the girls had told her about the Nakoken training, but since he no longer suffered from the fear of felines, it didn't really matter if she believed it or not. He says that there's not much more that he can tell us about his life, but I get the feeling that he's still hiding something from us, something really big. It was at that moment that they heard a very loud scream, which they recognized as Ranma's, followed by a splashing noise. They immediately got to their feet and rushed to the area where they last saw him. They stopped dead in their tracks when they came to the clearing. Ranma-chan was on her rear, soaking wet and leaning against a tree. Her Golduck was beside her, apologizing for splashing his master, mistress with his water gun. Nearby, the water stone pendant was in pieces on the ground. The transformed Ranma sighed as she looked up and saw the shocked expressions on the girls' faces. She could just imagine what they were about to say. WW, who are you? Where's Ranma? Jeanette stuttered. The martial artist and Pokemon trainer took a deep breath and stood up. I'm Ranma Sodom. Sorry about this. So that's the whole story. Ranma finished as he and the others sat around the campfire. In his mind, he still replayed the events that had just occurred. He had been sparring with his Golduck when the Pokemon accidentally knocked off his water stone pendant with a water gun attack. The fragile shard had knocked off and broken apart when it smacked against a tree. With it gone, Ranma's curse once again activated itself. Splash! Ranma-chan frowned a bit after Sam dumped a bucket of cold water on her. That's absolutely incredible, I remarked. It's like watching a Pokemon evolve. FSSSSSSSHHHH. Jeanette poured some hot water on Ranma-chan from the kettle that had been heating on the fire. Ranma became a boy again. And I find your story of being from another world also amazing, I stated. Splash! Sam dumped some more cold water on Ranma. Then again, that does explain why I've never heard of the anything goes martial arts. FSSSSSSSSSHHHH. More hot water from Jeanette. And I always thought curses were just silly superstitions. Splash! Ranma's male again. Yeah, well, I didn't believe it either until after I fell into that cursed spring. Stupid Oigi. He just had to find that place, even though he couldn't speak or read a word of Chinese. Ranma snorted at the memory of his idiotic father. On Ranma's birth world. ACHO. Guess who just sneezed again? FSSSSSSSHHHHH. This is fun, no matter how many times we do this. Jeanette remarked. Splash! Are you sure those things are real? Sam asked as she poked one of Ranma-chan's breasts. She was slightly jealous that Ranma's cursed form had a more fuller bosom than her own. She stared down at her own chest. FSSSSSSSHHHH. Will you to cut that out? Ranma shouted after being doused for the umpteenth time. At the same time, Raiden came to his master's side and his cheek pouches crackled, warning the girls that tormenting Ranma was not something to be tolerated. Pikachu. Sam and Jeanette slowly put down the bucket and teacup and nodded while backing away a bit. Sorry about that, Ranma, but it's just so weird. Sam said. Yeah, it's really something that you don't see every day. Jeanette said. I mean, we've all seen Pokemon evolve, but this is the first time we've ever seen a human change like that. Hey, it's no big deal. Ranma stated. No matter which form I'm in, I'm still Ranma. Oh, I prefer to keep my other side a secret, okay? It's really embarrassing, And if anyone else were to find out it or the fact that I'm from another dimension, then every scientist in this world would be after me. I ain't going to be nobody's guinea pig, got that? I can understand that. I said. Oh, it is something to get used to. Both Sam and Jeanette both nodded, not wanting to be outdone by Koga's sister. Ranma waved it off. Ah, once I get another water stone, then you won't have to worry about getting used to my curse. Well, that might be a bit of a problem, Sam said. What do you mean? All I need is a small chip to keep my curse in check, and I think what Sam is trying to say is that water stones, even small fragments, are really expensive. Jeanette replied. Yes, and you have to make certain that you get a good quality stone. I added. Cheap water stones have been known to cause very poor evolutions for Pokemon, and who knows what a bad stone could do to you. But, I'm sorry Ranma, but that's how it goes. Although, your problem isn't so bad, the ninja girl said with some sympathy. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool that you can change into a girl, Sam said. Ranma shook his head sadly. Things were going to get complicated. The next day, I'm here to challenge the gym leader, Ranma said as he and the girls stood at the front gate of the Violet City Gym. Perched on his shoulder was Raiden. Oh, then you want Faulkner, one of the gym's aides remarked as he led the group toward an elevator. You're in luck. He's on the top floor with his Pokemon. So all of you want to challenge him? Well, I'm Sam Ricker, the gym leader from the Indigo League at Viridian City, Sam said as she showed him her Earth badge. I'm from the Crimson City Gym and Dojo. My name is Jeanette Fisher, Jeanette said as held up her mother's Rising Sun badge. My mother is the gym leader and she told me that her badge is good for one Johto League badge. And I'm from the Fuchsia Gym. My brother Cole is the gym leader. I held up her soul badge. The aide nodded as he checked records on a handheld computer. Yes, it all works out. The gym leader from Viridian doesn't have to collect 8 Johto badges, and the other 2 girls only have to collect 7 more. He then turned to Ranma. What about you, friend? Sorry, I'm just an ordinary trainer. Guess I'm going to have to earn all 8 badges. It's just as well, the aide said as the elevator stopped at the top floor. Fokker would have had his hands full if he had to take you all on. Unless you all want to challenge him for his effort badge. Up to you. The 3 girls looked at one another in consideration, then back at Ranma and the aide. Well, I said slowly, then shook her head. No, it wouldn't be fair if we all challenged him. His Pokemon are probably going to be too tired to battle if we went one after another. Yes, and we are in a bit of a hurry, Jeanette added. It would be best if Ranma was the only one to challenge the gym leader. I and me already have the equivalent to 1 Johto badge. By the way, does this gym leader have good insurance on his gym? Sam asked. The aide looked at Sam with puzzlement. Huh? Why do you ask? Sam gave him a slight grin while glancing at Ranma. Oh, no reason. The group then walked out of the elevator and came onto an open area which was at the top of the tower of the Violet City Gym. There they saw a young man giving his instructions to Hoot Hoot. Ranma smiled as he took out his Pokédex. Asterisk Hoot Hoot, the owl Pokemon. This Pokemon often stands on one leg and it has amazing psychic powers. It is able to create convincing illusions and its attacks include hypnosis and confusion. Fokker nodded as he saw the group approach. Welcome to the Violet City Gym people. I'm Fokker, the gym leader. So who's here to challenge me for a Zephyr badge? I am. Ranma replied as he stepped forward. Raiden lightly hopped off his shoulder and stepped forward as well. All right, friend. Let's battle. Ranma nodded as he went over to the other side of the battlefield. Faulkner nodded as he addressed his opponent. So what's your name, friend? Ranma shrugged as he replied. Well, I'm nobody special. I'll tell you later after I win that Zephyr badge. Faulkner took a long look at the challenger and something told him to really watch out for this guy. You sound pretty sure about yourself. Okay. We'll have a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. I suppose you'll be using that Pikachu up first. The trainer of bird Pokemon was quite aware of how vulnerable flying-type Pokemon were against electric attacks and it had been working on countering such measures. Ranma looked over his side at Raiden. The electric mouse shrugged and gave him a signal that he wouldn't mind letting one of the others go first. He then addressed his opponent again. Actually, I'm going to be starting off with someone else. On the sidelines, I glanced over to Sam and Jeanette. Why didn't Ranma tell Faulkner his name? Sam answered. Well, Ranma has been getting more and more publicity and that's been working against him. Remember his battle with you and your brother? Both of you prepared for him and that made things even harder for him to win. I think he's working on a new kind of strategy. Let's see what he's got planned. On the battlefield, Ranma held out a Pokeball. I've heard that you specialize in bird Pokemon and that you train them to overcome their weaknesses. Well, let's see just how well your Pokemon can stand up to mine. Razor, I choose you. The Pokeball opened up to reveal Ranma's Sandslash. Slash! Razor took a ready stance. He had fully recovered from his bout with Koga's Callbat and had been training to improve his mid-air combat techniques. Fokker looked down at the Sandslash and snorted. Not a bad choice. But that won't mean squat against this. Go Thero. The Pokeball opened to reveal the evolved form of a Spearow. Ranma nodded as he assessed the Thero's overall power. It was certainly well trained and probably at a very high level. Let's start things off with a mud slap, Thero. Faulkner called out. The large bird caught as it swooped down and flapped its wings together, letting loose with the clods of dirt and soil. Razor dived to the side to avoid a direct hit, but some of that dirt and mud got into his eyes. Ranma frowned as he checked his Pokédex. Asterisk SEAROW single quote S attack, number 3, Mud Slap. By using its wings to kick up dirt and mud, It is able to temporarily blind its opponent and then dive down to attack. Sure enough, as Razor was trying to wipe his eyes clear, the Firo dived down to finish him off. Okay Firo, let's take it down. Drill peck attack. As Ranma saw the bird hurtle down at his sand slash while making its beak spin like a drill, he smiled as he waited for the Pokemon to be committed to the move. When the attack was about to hit home, he called out to Razor. Razor. Maneuver 12. After being defeated by Koga's Golbat, Ranma had been giving Razor special training to improve on his agility and evasion skills. They had worked out 12 new moves, each coded with a number to keep the opponent guessing. As soon as the Sandslash heard the command, he ignored the irritation in his eyes and automatically executed a backward flip. He leaped over the drill peck and landed on the neck of the Firo near its head. With his lower legs gripped tightly to keep him from falling, the armored mouse had a chokehold on his opponent. FUROW. Look out. Razor. Fury swipes. SANDSLASH. The Firo had no way of defending against the attack as Razor began delivering a barrage of slashes with his front claws to the bird's head. In 10 seconds, the mouse delivered more than 60 swipes which caused the Firo to lose consciousness. It plummeted down to the ground and landed hard. Razor got off his perch before it crashed and did a tuck and roll to avoid injury. After wiping his eyes clear, he then stood up with both his front paws raised in victory. Slash! On the sidelines, Faulkner's cheering section began chanting, urging Firo to get back up. Let's go Firo! Let's go Firo! Let's go Firo! However, Firo was not going to get up anytime soon. Faulkner nodded as he recalled his Pokemon. You did good, Firo. There's no shame in losing to something like that. He looked back up to his opponent. That was quite an attack. I'm impressed. I thought for sure that a ground-type Pokemon wouldn't be able to bring down a flying type. But let's see if your Sandslash can hold up against this. Go! Trio. The second Pokeball opened up and the three-headed, evolved form of a Doduo appeared. Ranma's got this one in the bag. I commented. Doduo and Trio can't fly. Razor shouldn't have any problems taking down Trio. I don't know. Sam said. Faulkner is an experienced gym leader. He wouldn't have brought out Trio if he didn't have some kind of strategy against Ranma's Sandslash. On the battlefield, Razor and Trio faced each other off. Faulkner addressed Ranma. Now if you think you've got the advantage against my Trio because it can't fly, then think again. You mean it can fly? Ranma asked. You'll find out. Trio. The three-headed bird caught and took off, literally. The girls gasped as they saw the wingless wonder take to the air. Look at that. Faulkner trained his Trio to jump really high. Sam exclaimed. It's almost as if it can fly. Ranma gave a low whistle. Not bad. He then gave Razor his next command. Razor. Number 9. Slash. In an instant, the sand slash also leapt high, astounding Faulkner and his followers. You are not the only who taught his Pokemon how to jump. Razor and Doptrio met in the air and began delivering strikes at each other. With 3 beaks, Doptrio could peck at 3 times as much as Thero could. However, Razor held his own by blocking and slashing with the long claws on his front legs. He was also more experienced with mid-air, close combat than Doptrio. When he saw his opening, he got inside of Doptrio's defense, lashed out with a lower leg and the kick connected with the bird's midsection, driving the breath out of it. Doptrio landed hard on its side as Razor dived down after it. T-O-D-R-I-O. T-R-I attack. Razor. B-U-Z-Z-S-A-W barrage. Razor curled up into a ball and started spinning rapidly. At the same time, the 3 heads of the Doptrio began screeching as they formed their energy attack. They launched the blast which hit Razor hard as he came spinning down. Ranma winced as he realized that Faulkner's Doptrio was at a much higher level than he expected. However, Razor's attack still hit home, knocking Doptrio down for the count. However, just as he stopped spinning, one of Doptrio's heads went and got in one last peck attack, jamming its beak into the sand slashes and protected underbelly. Slash! Razor! Doptrio! Both Pokemon stared at each other, both exhausted from their attacks. There was a long moment of silence as everyone waited. Then, at the same time, Razor collapsed to the floor as the 3rd head of Doptrio lost consciousness. A double KO! IA exclaimed. Faulkner took a deep breath and nodded as he recalled his Pokemon. Good work, Doptrio. You didn't win that match, but you didn't lose either. Ranma ran up to his Sandslash and cradled him in his arms. Are you okay? The Sandslash opened his eyes and gave his trainer a weak response. Sandslash. Good work, Razor. You did alright. The gym leader's down to 1 Pokemon now, thanks to you. You deserve a good rest. After recalling his Pokemon into its Pokeball, Ranma once again faced off against Faulkner. Let's get this over with. I like your attitude, friend. You trained your Pokemon well. But the game's over now. I'm choosing my strongest Pokemon. Go. Pidgeot. Ranma frowned as he took out his Pokedex. Pidgeot. The bird Pokemon. The evolved form of Pidgeot. It is able to fly at twice the speed of sound and can soar at altitudes of 1 mile. Oh boy. He could probably give Windrider a run for his money. Ranma then gestured to his Pikachu. Raiden nodded as he stepped up and powered up his electric sax. A well-placed Thunderbolt would be all that was needed to win this match. However, Faulkner smiled as his Pidgeot spread its wings. I had a feeling that you'd use that electric rodent sooner or later. Well, if you think you've got me beat, then think again. I taught my Pidgeot a new little trick. Pidgeot. Secret attack. Big God. The bird suddenly took off like a rocket, breaking the sound barrier and causing a sonic boom. This caught everyone off guard as the detonation of sound rang through their eardrums. Raiden cleared his head and looked up. He saw the bird coming down on him from out of the sun, making it difficult to take aim. Just as Raiden was about to let loose with a thunderbolt, the Pidgeot suddenly lit up like a camera's flash bulb. Since it was already diving from out of the sun's light, the added brightness was staggering. Pika. Raiden was effectively blinded by the unexpected maneuver, which left him vulnerable for about 2 seconds. 2 seconds was all that Pidgeot needed as it sped down with its quick attack. At its already high level, the attack hit home with devastating results. Raiden went flying and fell back on the tarmac hard. The Pidgeot wasted no time in finishing the job as it then swept up a huge gust attack. This sent Raiden flying back up. The Pikachu knew that he was in trouble, but still refused to give up. As he was airborne, he let loose with a sizzling bolt of electricity, but with his eyes still seeing spots, his shot went wide. He came crashing back down on the tarmac as Pidgeot delivered another quick attack. Ranma ran up to him as the bird pulled up and then flew back to its master. "Raiden, are you okay?" He cradled the injured Pokemon in his arms. "Pika, Pika." The electric mouse shook his head, indicating that he was still raring to go. He was all set to give that bird a taste of ki. That was when he cried out in pain as he put some weight on his right hind leg. Ranma, however, knew when his Pokemon had reached his limits. He saw that Raiden had injured his leg when he landed on the tarmac. A large bruise was now forming, which would hamper Raiden's movements. The fight was over for him. SHHHH. "It's alright, Raiden. It's okay." Pika. Raiden refused to accept defeat. However, winning a battle was not as important as the safety of his Pokemon. Besides Jeanette, Sam and I, his Pokemon were the only friends that he had. SHHHH. "It's okay, Raiden. You did all you could. We both lost. We underestimated that Pidgeot. Please, Raiden. It's over." Raiden winced as he felt the pain creeping up his leg. He sighed and nodded as his master picked him up and carried him off the battle area. On the sidelines, Sam and Jeanette were in a state of shock. "I don't believe it. Raiden lost on the first try," Sam exclaimed. She had never seen that Pokemon ever lose so badly. "It happens, even to the best of us," Ranma commented offhandedly as he walked toward them and gently handed his Pikachu to Jeanette. "Take care of him until we get to a Pokemon Center. I've got a Zephyr badge to win." He walked back to the battle arena and nodded to Faulkner. "Not a bad trick. You taught your Pidgeot how to do a flash attack." Having him dive out of the sun while doing it caught Raiden off guard. "Thanks. I call that attack the Solar Flash. I got inspired to make up new versions of normal attacks after hearing about a trainer named Ranma Sodom. Maybe you've heard of him." Ranma gave his opponent a whimsical smile. "I've heard of him. Well, friend, looks like we're both down to our last Pokemon. And unless you've got a flying type, my Pidgeot is going to win. The martial artist and Pokemon trainer weighed his options carefully. Faulkner had a point. Despite the fact that mid-air combat was the specialty of the Sodom school of the anything goes, most of Ranma's Pokemon were non-flying types. The Pidgeot had the advantage of aerial supremacy and overall speed. Ranma had only one flying type. He could only hope that Wind Rider's experience and power levels were high enough to beat his evolved form, which happened to be very well trained and may have a few surprises that he didn't know yet. With his special key abilities and a little luck, Wind Rider might be able to win. Ranma nodded as he took out Wind Rider's Pokeball. Wind Rider, I choose you. The Pokeball popped open to release Ranma's bird. Pikachu. Faulkner chuckled a bit. So you do have a flying type. Not bad. But if you think your Pidgeotto can stand up to its evolved form, then you are mistaken. We'll just see about that. Pidgeotto. Go! Wind Rider, go! At that moment, a sudden explosion was heard above as a large object suddenly appeared above everyone. Everyone gasped as they saw the object split into two and instantly homed in on Pidgeot and Ranma's Pidgeotto. Both birds squawked as they found themselves ensnared inside two large nets. They were then hauled up as their trainers watched in shock. Ah, fa 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 fa. Look at the United States. We got two birds with one shot. The boss is going to be pleased. Hey! Come back here with my Pidgeot. Faulkner cried out as he and Ranma began running after their Pokemon. Above the captive birds, a helicopter clattered in the air as two figures stepped out to stand in triumph in the open side door. One was a female with long red hair and the other was a short, blonde-haired male. Both were dressed in the Team Rocket uniforms. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. Ranma groaned. Don't these guys ever take a vacation? To bring the world down with devastation. To put fright in people in every nation. Yeah, I know. Team Rocket is blasting off again. Ranma shouted with annoyance as he took out Sea-Storm's Pokeball. Up, the male half of Team Rocket said. No, we're not. The other replied. Yes, you are. Sea-Storm. Hyper Beam. The Golduck appeared and focused his power at the helicopter. From the jewel on his forehead, the water Pokemon shot out a massive, yellow beam of energy at them. KBOM. Both Team Rocket members were sent flying as the craft exploded. He didn't even let us finish. The male Rocket member said. Well, he was right though. The girl replied. Both crooks then shouted as they soared off into the distance. Looks like Team Rocket is blasting off again. For those of you who were wondering, these particular Team Rocket members will have to remain anonymous. But if you want you can call them John and Joe. Both birds were set free as the nets loosened. However, Ranma's strategy to free the Pokemon had some mixed results. The wreckage of the helicopter began falling toward the tower. Ranma had a really big sweat drop as he said, Okay. So that wasn't exactly the smartest thing. Take cover. The falling helicopter slammed into one side of the tower some 80 feet above the ground. Several of the main support pylons were smashed with the impact, causing the entire tower to tremble. Then, the structure began to list to one side, causing the entire gym floor to tremble and tilt. Ranma and the others were knocked off their feet and began sliding toward the edge. Jeanette immediately released her scyther, which dug into the tarmac with its sword arms. Sam and IA immediately grabbed onto Jeanette as she held onto her Pokemon for support. In Gentee's other arm, Raiden clung desperately. Faulkner's staff immediately grabbed hold of railings and such to keep them from sliding. Faulkner, however, couldn't get a secure grip and slid down toward the edge. Luckily, Ranma had managed to get a hold of a pipe that was jutting out. With his other hand, he reached out and grabbed the gym leader by the back of his shirt. Both Pidgeot and Wind Rider swooped down to assist as Sea Storm began focusing his power. The entire tower was surrounded with a thin blue light as the Golduck used all of his mental power to stop the tower from toppling. The structure began to slow, but it still would not stop. Forget about the United States, Wind Rider. Stop the tower from falling over. Ranma called out. Looking down, he saw that there were crowds of people below that were scrambling away. He also knew that any people inside the tower would also perish if the tower was not righted. You too, Gidgod. Faulkner called out as he pointed to some cables that were dangling over the other side. Each bird grabbed hold of a cable with its talons and began hauling in the opposite direction. Their wings flapped furiously as they began using their gust techniques to increase their lifting power. FURW. Give them a hand. Sam cried out as she tossed out one of her Pokeballs. Her own bird Pokemon appeared and grabbed hold of another cable. Ranma then called out to Faulkner. We need to brace the foundation. Can you get a hold of my Pokeballs? Huh? With one hand holding onto the pipe and the other on Faulkner's shirt, Ranma couldn't really do anything as the tower began tilting even further. His Golduck was being pressed to his limit to keep the tower from falling apart and slowing its descent. Get the third and fourth Pokeballs out and toss them to the ground. Hurry! Faulkner grabbed onto Ranma's belt and pulled out both Pokeballs. He then activated the release buttons as he hurled them to the ground. Before they hit, they both popped open and released the martial artists Rapidash and McCook. Both landed easily and looked back up at the falling structure. Wildfire! Bruiser! Brace the foundation! Ranma called out. The fire horse bowed down his head and began pushing with his horn, while the McCook dug in his heels and put his back up against the wall. However, this was still not enough as the building tilted even more than the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Up on the other side, all three bird Pokemon were flapping their wings furiously, but it was a losing battle. The cables strained and threatened to snap as the birds were being forced down. It looked as if this was the end. Our Pokemon can't hold it. There's not enough lifting power. Faulkner gritted his teeth. Ranma called back up to his Pidgeotto. Wind Rider, I know you and the others can do it. Wind Rider continued to strain, but the tower began to get even heavier. The bird saw that Sea Storm was weakening and losing concentration. Below, Wildfire and Bruiser were losing ground and sliding. With Raiden and Razor too injured to help, there seemed to be no way to keep the tower from crashing into the streets below. More lifting power was needed, and it was needed now. Pidgeotto. At that moment, the bird Pokemon suddenly was engulfed in a bright light. What's going on? I shouted out in surprise. Jeanette gasped as she looked up. Wind Rider. He's evolving. Both Ranma and Faulkner gaped at the sight as Wind Rider suddenly became 10 times larger, and his wings were now about the size of a large hang glider's. His plumage became even more pronounced as an elaborate crest formed on the top of his head. Pidgeotto. A stronger wind was swept up as Wind Rider. The Pidgeot began flapping with new intensity. Holy! He's even bigger than my Pidgeot. Faulkner cried out as he assessed the size of Ranma's bird. He estimated that Wind Rider's wingspan to be about 1.5 feet wider, and its body was about 2 feet longer from beak to tail. The tower suddenly stiffened as it suddenly stopped in its descent. Then, slowly but surely, it began ascending. With the pressure of keeping it from falling eased off, Sea Storm was able to concentrate on keeping the entire structure intact. Below, Bruiser and Wildfire were able to regain their footing and continued to push. The building was righted back onto its foundations and managed to stay in place as its weight pressed down. Everyone, including the Pokemon, breathed a sigh of relief. The Golduck nearly fainted from his effort, but gave his trainer a thumbs up. It was over. Ranma and Faulkner staggered to their feet and nodded as they staggered to their feet, looked up into the sky. Both Pidgeot and Samsphero were soaring at an altitude of 1/2 mile, and did a flyby in victory as the trainers waved to them. Ranma could only gaze in wonder as he walked toward the edge. He stopped a few feet and waved to his new Pidgeot. It seemed that everything was all right. Unfortunately, it was not quite over yet, as there was another explosion deep within the tower. A gas line had ruptured, causing the tower to shake again. This caused the section of the roof he was standing on to collapse beneath his feet. Ranma found himself plummeting toward the streets below. WHOA. Hey RGH. Normally, the martial artist would have controlled his fall, but a piece of exploding shrapnel impacted near his head, stunning him. Ranma was too dazed to right himself as he fell head first toward the pavement. Ranma. All 3 girls cried out as they saw him fall. Ranma. Faulkner said in surprise and shock. Wind Rider saw his master falling to his death and began a power dive to intercept him. However, he had been too high up when the explosion occurred. It would only be less than 3 seconds before Ranma impacted with the concrete. Even with his new body and speed, he wouldn't make it. But he had to try. Wind Rider began glowing as the Batlore appeared, forcing his newly evolved body to its limits. Ranma was only 50 feet away from death, and the Pidgeot still had more than 100 yards before he could catch up to him. Pidgeot. The bird Pokemon was suddenly enveloped in a nimbus of brilliance as he shot forward in a beam of light. Everyone was shaken by the sonic boom as Wind Rider passed by and caught up to Ranma when he was a mere 15 feet from the ground. The trainer was swept up into that light as it made a sharp, 90-degree turn and sped out over the ground, causing everyone and everything in its way to shudder. Using his ki to dampen the G-forces on his master, Wind Rider was able to prevent Ranma's body from being torn apart by the sudden change in momentum and inertia. The bird then began to slow down as he ascertained that Ranma was safe in his talons. He gently came to a stop and laid Ranma on the street before setting down. Ranma groaned as he looked up and saw his Pidgeot standing before him, still glowing with its ki. Thanks, Wind Rider. Did you? Wind Rider caught and spread his wings. He had saved his trainer. However, it seemed that the intensity of the rescue had caused another unexpected consequence. Ranma's Pidgeot was again engulfed in a white light. Oh, Wind Rider, what's happening to you? Wind Rider was just as surprised as Ranma as it felt a new tingle that was like the sensation he had felt when he evolved to a Pidgeot. His wings became even broader and his plumage took on a darker sheen. The white light then changed to a pure blue color, which Ranma recognized as his Pokemon's ki energy. When the light faded away, the Juzen cursed Pokemon trainer could only stare in disbelief. No way! I thought that the Pidgeot level was Wind Rider's final evolution. Wind Rider was big. He was now about the size of a small transit bus with talons that could crush a compact car. His wingspan was now the length of a jet fighter's. His plumage was ebony, with silver highlights on the crest and tail feathers. His beak and talons were a deep amber color. However, what caught Ranma's attention the most was the bird's eyes, which was a deep blue with no apparent irises or pupils. Pidgeot. Ranma held up his Pokedex. *DOKMON species unknown. No data available *, at the Pokemon Center. What? You are saying that your Pidgeot evolved into a new species? Professor Oak gasped on the video phone. See for yourself. Ranma had a bandage wrapped over his head injury as he stepped aside to allow the Pokemon researcher to see Nurse Joy giving Wind Rider a checkup. Faulkner and the three girls were staring up in amazement on the other side of the large room. His other Pokemon were also staring up at their newly evolved comrade. They had all been treated and were at full strength. Since Wind Rider was now larger than even a Pidgeot, the Pokemon caretaker had to move him to a different area of the center. This was where Joy usually tended to Onix, Snorlax, Rhyhorn and other large Pokemon. Outside the center, reporters, trainers and researchers were pushing and shoving, trying to get into the center. However, Officer Jenny and her police forces were keeping them back. Amazing! Absolutely incredible, Hope remarked as he looked at the new, evolved form of the Pidgeot. This is an unbelievable discovery. Yeah, well, I'd rather not have those reporters after me right now. Why is that, Ranma? Well, let's just say that I don't feel like answering questions right now. Especially since I don't have my water stone anymore and water always seems to find me. I don't even know how it happened. I understand Ranma, but I would love to study your... Oh my. I don't even know what to call this new form of bird Pokemon. I guess since it evolved from a Pidgeot, then it's got to be Pidge. Something. Hope thought about it for a moment, then snapped his fingers. I have it. Please place your Pokédex into that slot and I'll update it with a new entry. Ranma took out his Pokédex and inserted it into the computer output. A few minutes later, it came back out. Ranma opened it up and pointed it at Wind Rider. *Didgeon, the evolved form of Didgeon. Discovered by trainer RNMASAUDIOME. Further data unavailable at this time. Pigeon, eh? Well, I guess that makes sense. Ranma shrugged as he put his Pokédex back into his pocket. Ranma, I certainly hope that you will be sending Wind Rider to me soon. Can you imagine the research I could do on him? Hope looked as if he was a kid in a candy shop as he continued to gaze at Ranma's Pokemon. Behind him, his new assistant Tracy Skekit was busy with drawing a picture of the giant bird. I'll say, I'm probably the first Pokemon watcher to ever sketch a pigeon. Ranma became even more nervous as he said, well, maybe someday soon, but right now I think it would be best for Wind Rider if he was given some time to adjust to his new body. Nurse Joy nodded as she approached the video phone. I would have to agree, Professor Oak. With every new species of Pokemon, it must be given some time to adapt. I have completed the checkup and it seems to be fine, though I would recommend giving it a few weeks before trying any research tests on it. The scientist sighed with a bit of disappointment, but nodded. All right, Nurse Joy. He then addressed Ranma. Ranma, I still want to study your pigeon, but for the time being, I'll just let you handle the research. I've added a new function to your Pokédex, which will record any new attacks or abilities that Wind Rider has gained. I hope to hear from you soon. Sure thing, Professor. Thanks. Just as Ranma hung up, Tracy cried out. Wait a minute. I'm not finished sketching. Ranma turned to Faulkner and the others as he held up his Pokeball. Wind Rider, you ready to go? The giant bird nodded. Return. After recalling his pigeon, he then addressed Faulkner. I'm really sorry about your gym and... The gym leader shrugged as he waved it off. None. It's okay. It wasn't your fault since you couldn't have known that helicopter would have crashed into the tower. Besides, I've got plenty of insurance, especially since I knew that the infamous gym destroyer would eventually come for his Zephyr badge. Ranma could only laugh nervously while scratching the back of his head. Yeah, well, I really hate that name and dot dot dot. Oh, I forgot. We still have a match and Faulkner cut him off as he handed him a small, silvery object. Here, you more than earned this Zephyr badge. But I didn't beat you and the gym leader cut him off again. Anybody who could train his Pidgeotto to undergo 2 evolutions in one day is more than worthy. Besides, I doubt my Pidgeot could stand up against its evolved form. So, do you think that mine could evolve into a pigeon too? Ranma smiled as he took the badge and shook his opponent's hand. If you keep training it to overcome every obstacle, then I'm sure that it will. Until next time. Yeah. Ranma and his female companions evaded the reporters and trainers by sneaking out the back way. For once, Ranma found that his curse worked for him. After splashing himself with cold water, Ranma-chan, Jeanette and Sam made their way to the out-city limits. After reheating some more water to change back, Ranma decided to give his new pigeon a test flight. Wind Rider was released from his Pokeball. Where's the next gym? Azalea Town. I hear that the gym leader there is a fan of bug-type Pokemon. I said, Pidgeot can fly at Mach 2, right? I wonder how fast and high you can fly, a Wind Rider. Ranma smiled up to his Pokemon. Let's find out. Ranma and Raiden leapt onto the pigeon's back. Sam and Jeanette joined him as there was more than enough room. Wind Rider let off a hoot as he took off. In less than 10 seconds, he was already breaking the sound barrier as he glowed with an aura of blue. A week later. Well, that was easy. As Ranma and the others were now soaring their way toward Goldenrod City. The gym leader Bugsy was a good trainer, but his bug-type Pokemon were no match against Ranma's Rapidash. Flashback. Fa. With my Scyther doing its sword dance, your Rapidash's flames can't touch it. I know just how vulnerable bug Pokemon are to fire types, Bugsy proclaimed. Since he knew that Ranma's horse can't leap up and shoot flames down on top of his Pokemon like Ash Ketchum Cyndaquil, his Scyther was invincible as it spun about like a top. Not bad, Ranma admitted. But, when your Scyther is spinning like that, it can't do anything else, and that makes it a sitting duck. Blazing Horn Charge. Blazing Horn Charge. Bugsy gulped as Wildfire suddenly accelerated forward with horn glowing. WHABOM. Bugsy's Pokemon goes flying into the stratosphere as the gym leader looked up with one really big sweat drop. End of flashback. Bugsy had also faced off against IA and Jeanette. With their own bug Pokemon already experienced in martial arts, it was a clean sweep for the girls as well, and all 3 trainers had won a Hive badge. A day later, the group decided to camp out for the night as they were just a day away from Goldenrod City. At that time, Ranma had sent out his Golduck to fetch some fresh water as he and the others set up their tents. It was at that moment that he heard some voices that came from a nearby stream. Hey look! It's a Golduck. Ooh! A chance like this doesn't come very often. I'm going to catch that water Pokemon. Hey! I want to catch it, Misty. Ranma started running when he heard this. Unfortunately, in his haste, he tripped over a tree root and fell face first into a puddle of water that had been left over from a previous rainfall. The evening air was a bit chilly, and Ranma's curse activated itself. Seeing that she had no time to change back, Ranma-chan got up and kept on running. Behind him, Raiden also ran toward the commotion. "Tackle attack, Story!" Misty cried out as she threw her Pokeball. The giant starfish Pokemon came out and charged at Sea Storm. However, Sea Storm was no easy catch. With a simple gaze, he focused his mental powers and stopped Story in midair, then caused it to fly backward, slamming it against a tree. Misty's Pokemon slumped down. "Story!" Misty ran over to cradle her Pokemon in her arms. "Are you alright?" "Wow! That Golduck has a powerful confusion attack," Brock commented as his friend Ash stepped up. "Now it's our turn, Pikachu. Water Pokemon are weak against electric types. Thunderbolt." Pika. Ash's Pikachu let loose with a sizzling bolt that would have shocked Sea Storm silly if it had hit. The evolved form of a Seduct nimbly dodged the attack, then used his confusion attack to fling Pikachu away. He then stood and focused his power into the gem on his forehead. "Look out! He's going to fire a Hyper Beam!" Brock shouted. However, the Golduck stopped powering up when he heard a voice. "Sea Storm! Stop!" Ranma-chan came out from the forest and took a defensive stance. A moment later, Raiden came out and joined him as they faced off against Ash and his friends. To be continued. Author's notes few. I thought I'd never finish this part of Chapter 15. And now, we shall have the confrontation between Ranma Sodom and Ash. I don't want to give anything away, but it's going to be a doozy of an encounter. In any case, I hope you liked this part of Chapter 15 and the brand new Pokemon that Ranma has now. There will be some more surprises next time as Ranma and company face off against Ash and his friends. See you there. Less than PMG border equals 0 height equals 1 SRC equals double quote fist 15p1 underscore files slash visit dot gif width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 16 asterisk chapter 15 part 2 Kindred Spirits Fist of the Pikachu disclaimer please not again. Thoughts circumflex accent circumflex accent circumflex accent circumflex accent Pokemon language Ranma-chan Ranko Ranma is a girl note. This part of the story takes place just after the episode when Ash had just left the Goldenrod City radio station. Chapter 15 Part 2 Kindred Spirits. Hey! What do you think you're doing? This Golduck is mine! Ranma-chan shouted as she took a stance against the people who were trying to catch her Golduck. Beside her, Sea Storm and Raiden also took battle stances as they prepared to fight off their opponents. At that moment, Ash, Brock and Misty stopped in their tracks as they saw the owner of the Golduck. And then it happened. The oldest member of their group got that funny look whenever he meets up with a pretty girl, and Ranma's cursed form was no exception, especially since her curves put many older females to shame. As soon as he saw the well-formed Ranma-chan, he quickly ran up to her, grasped both of her hands in his own and leaned forward. "I must apologize for my friend's behavior. They should always check to see if a Pokemon belongs to someone before trying to battle and catch it. However, my heart is free and ready to be captured by you."